for the Chairman of West Northamptonshire Council and the Chief Executive of West Northamptonshire Council. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody, and good evening. The Democratic Services Manager will now read out apologies received.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillors Lizzie Bowen, Maggie Clubley, Gareth Eales, Terry Eales, Alison Eastwood, Louisa Fowler, Penny Flavel, Terry Guilford, Stephen Hibbert, Kevin Parker, Ken Pritchard, Aziza Rahman, Lisa Semiotis, John Shepherd, and I have apologies for potential lateness from Councillor Hinch, but I think I can see him down there. So, Councillor Grants.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just also Councillor David James.
Thank you. We'll make a note of that.
Thank you. Do we have any declarations of interest from members and officers not declared? Yes.
Mike. Computer.
Microphone. Can you put?
Chair, can I give my apologies because I simply got into the queue? It's Councillor Phil Bignell. Not apologies, declarations of interest, sorry. That'll be there. So I'd like to declare pecuniary interest in motion 3. Having been a recipient of the fund at Christmas for us old people, but these Robin Labour Party seem to have taken it away from me, I would like to declare an interest in motion 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to press your microphone?
Thank you, Chair. I declared interest in the Community Government Review, item 12. Daniel Cribbins will take that as the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stone.
It's not a declaration of interest, Chair. I want to make a comment on the minutes when you get there, please.
Thank you. Are there any more declarations of interest? Thank you. We now go to item 3, minutes of the meeting held on the 18th of July. Councillor Stone would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Chair. The minutes do not include the questions I put to Councillor Golby, which was asking him for the figures of children in poverty and around maternal deaths. So I would like that included in the minutes, please, and I would like to give you the figures. So the figures for relative poverty between 2015 and 23 increased by 49.6% in West Northants, and absolute poverty over that period by 39.41%, meaning that the number of children living in absolute poverty grew from 9,781 in 2015 to 13,636 in 2023. I think those figures are really, really important. I think they should go to the Children's Scrutiny Group for their consideration, and of course they ought to go to the Anti-Poverty Working Group so that they can keep an eye on those figures. I asked about maternal deaths, infant mortality and childhood mortality because there is a national report about those issues highlighting the huge increase in deaths in those categories. So I wanted to know what the death rates for pregnant and postpartum women, infants
Councillor Stone, could
and
I just,
childhood mortality
Councillor Stone, Is
And
there
I have
any
to
more
s-
comments
I have
actually
to
on the
say-
minutes?
I want these in the minutes. I have to say that those deaths are in line with the national figures, which is absolutely shocking and dreadful. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I've just been advised by the monitoring officer that your comments will be noted this evening, but the minutes, can I ask if this council wishes me to sign the minutes of the previous meeting as a true and accurate record?
They are not a true and accurate record unless you include my questions.
Shall we take a vote on it? Do I have the state of the meeting, or would you like to take a vote? Agreed. I have them agreed as part of the meeting. I'd now like to go to Chairman's announcements. I'll just bring the mic forward. Thank you. It is my sad duty to report that former South Northamptonshire Councillor Wilfred Blake Simpson, BEM, passed away on Sunday, the 8th of September. Councillor Stimpson was elected to the seat of Brackley East on South Northamptonshire Council in 1987. An independent councillor, he was re-elected a further 6 terms, serving until 2015. Councillor Stimpson served as chairman of the council for the 1998-99 municipal year. Councillor Stimpson also served on Brackley Town Council from 1976 to 2021. During his 45 years of service, he was elected Mayor of Brackley twice, in 1980 and again in 1991. Born in Redcar, Yorkshire in 1935, Blake's family moved to Norwich and then Oxford. Blake attended Southfield Grammar School and after completing his national service, trained as a teacher in York. He returned to Oxford to teach before moving to Brackley in 1973 when he was appointed head teacher at the newly created Southfield Primary School on Banbury Road. He remained as head teacher until his retirement in 2000. During his time in Brackley, Blake was a founding member of the Brackley Rotary Club and was chairman of Brackley Music School and the Brackley Music Festival. He also served as chairman of the Brackley Citizens Advice Bureau and was a governor of the Oxford University Hospital Trust, the local ambulance trust and the Brackley Cottage Hospital Trust. In 2020, it was announced that Blake had been awarded the British Empire Medal in the delayed Queen's Birthday Honours List. More recently, Blake had been spending time with his daughter in Devon. So I'd like to offer condolences from West Northamptonshire Council to his family. My tenure as chairman of West Northampton Council is proving to be very diverse, with all the activities I attend being publicised in the members' bulletin and on the WNC website. It was thrilling to start the Tour of Britain stage race, showcasing West Northamptonshire, along with presenting jerseys at the end of the race. But it's been just as thrilling attending local fetes, and I attended the Woodford Cum Members Regatta races and started their race with a horn. The life of a chairman is truly eventful, I'm finding out, but more importantly, allows me to mix with all the residents of West Northamptonshire. I have taken on board comments received in feedback after the last meeting. I will still be adhering to the constitutional time limits and utilise the technology available to us to make us more efficient. However, there'll be no reminder of how long a member has to speak, and I ask members when speaking to keep an eye on the clock. Paul has worked very closely with facilities management and DTI to ensure all members can see a screen at the back of the room, at the front of the room, and the large one up behind me. To avoid minimising disruption to the meeting, the monitoring officer will take all points of orders raised and advise accordingly. So if you have a point of order, stand like before and advise. It would be remiss of me at this point not to thank Catherine as the help she's given to me and to previous chairman in her role as monitoring officer. I wish her well in her retirement, and I have a little gift here behind the curtain for you. Thank you. In order to manage the queue of speakers more effectively during questions to Cabinet members, each Cabinet member will present their report in turn. Then the floor will be open to ask questions of each Cabinet member in turn, starting with the leader. All members who wish to speak or to ask questions will do so using the queuing system, and Cabinet members will answer all their questions at the end rather than respond to each question in turn, enabling the meeting to run more smoothly. Paul will, however, still have the ability to override the queue should there be any issues. I'd like to hand over to Paul to explain once more the microphone system.
Thank you, Chairman. So, as per my email to members on Monday, when the queuing system is in use, it allows one member, in addition to the chairman, to activate their microphone at a time. When a member has activated their microphone and is speaking, their microphone will glow red. The next member that presses their microphone are added to the queue, and their microphones will flash green to show they're in the queue. When the current speaker has finished speaking, they must press the microphone button to deactivate the microphone, and the microphone of the next member in the queue will be activated automatically. If you've pressed your microphone button to be added to the queue, your microphone will flash green. This means you are in the queue and there is no need for you to press your microphone button again. If you press the button when called to speak, it's likely your microphone will turn off and you will lose your place in the queue. In order to manage the queue more effectively, during questions, Cabinet members, the Chairman has adopted a new process which he's just read out. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Finally, I'd like to remind members of the Chairman's civic celebration on Friday the 15th of November at 6:30 to be held at our lovely 78 Derngate to introduce my charities Stop Hate UK and SAFA. I've also been asked to remind you of the Peace Vigil this Friday at 7 p.m. at All Saints Church. Unfortunately, I'm not unable to make it, but Alison will be there. Now to the first order of business, public participation. Petitions. There has been one request to present a petition and address the meeting under this item. Alan Nape has been asked to present a petition against the development of Eastern Way playing field in Daventry. Mr. Nape, would you like to take a seat?
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a petition here from the residents of Daventry, and there's over 1,000 signatures on it against the development of Eastern Way in Daventry. Members may not be aware that there was a master plan created for Daventry Sound Centre to do some improvements to Daventry Sound Centre. Most of the residents of Daventry seemed to, this was a good thing, but it seems to be the only way that the council could fund it is to sell off a field in the centre of Daventry, Eastern Way playing field, which is a well-used field. Sorry, I've lost my thread already.
You have 3 minutes, carry on.
Sorry. Thank you. So there's over these more than 1,000 people have signed the petition. They set a group up on Facebook. Everyone's sharing their reasons why they love the field over the years. It's the meeting place for Daventry Park Run, which has been going for several years now, and it's also the start of it as well. People like to go for walking their dogs there, just wandering around. Also, it's been mentioned, it's just a nice place in the centre of Daventry where you're not surrounded by buildings everywhere. You can just have a bit of open space. You can actually see the sunrise, which is nice in the town centre. In addition to that, it's also not a great place to build on because it is in the centre of Daventry. And there's also around school times, it's already a very busy place. So if you start introducing more houses there as well, it's going to make this traffic worse. I've been down there today as well, and with our lovely weather we've been having, it is actually a complete bog as well. So for any developer to actually make this into houses is going to be a lot of work. They're going to have to invest a lot of money into it. What else have I missed out? Also, it's the only place in Daventry where we can host a circus. There's not many open green spaces in Daventry. It's one of the only places circus could come. So if it's gone, then we're without our circus, which it might not be the biggest thing in the world, but it means a lot to the people of Daventry. Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to submit the petition. I've got it here if anyone needs it. I've also submitted it electronically as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nape.
I'll take the petition.
There have been 5 requests to address the meeting. Sarah Thompson has asked to address the Council in relation to item 8, report of the Cabinet Member for Children, Families and Education. Ms Thompson, would you like to take a seat? Not here. Not here. Okay. Is Jean Lineker here? She's asked to address the Council in relation to motion 2.
Thank you. I'm here to talk about the winter fuel payment. I'm not getting it because I'm on slightly over what the Labour is saying. I think it's disgusting. Dennis Meredith helped someone to get an electric blanket. That was a friend of mine. She can't afford to have... She's 80 years old. I think it's wrong for the council, Labour Council, to do this. I'm glad this come up because Keir Starmer wants the single payment to disappear. For single people, that's adding it to the fuel. That's not fair to me or anybody else. I'm on attendance allowance and I have to pay out my attendance allowance for my winter fuel. How disgusting is that?
Mary Jones has asked to address the Council in relation to motion 1. Ms Jones.
Good
You have
evening,
3 minutes.
all councillors. My name is Mary Jones and I'm here to represent the 1950s ladies affected by the gross injustice caused from the bad handling by government departments and the DWP, who failed to let the ladies due to retire at the age of 60 know that the pension age would rise from 60 to 66. The 6 years alone were extremely harsh on these ladies, many of whom had started work at 15 years of age and were told the working years they will put in and paying in will guarantee a pension when they reach the pension age at 60. Sadly, not the case. Only to be told, like myself, that I have to work another 6 years. I'm here to put this case forward to rectify the situation we unfortunately find ourselves in. This has also led our retirement plans plunged into chaos, with thousands of ladies left out of pocket. As to no notice given of the age increase, the DWP failed to let the ladies affected of the pension age rise. The UK and Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman made a landmark decision calling for the government to compensate the women against the state pension equality, WASPI women affected by the changes to the state pension age. The changes to the state pension age have affected around 4 million women, and sadly some of these women have passed away and will never draw the pension they were entitled to. And sadly more will pass away waiting for the compensation they've been promised. This compensation should be by no way means tested, with ladies having to prove the hardship they have been caused, not a settlement that we have to beg for. Every WASPI lady affected should be fairly compensated. To sum the injustice up, rectification is needed now and once again not means tested. I quote, "We paid in and the government should pay out to the WASPI ladies. We have waited long enough for our compensation and due to other things going on, been forgotten." Thank you all for your time this evening and listening to the WASPI cause.
Thank you, Ms Jones. Kim Ward has asked to address the Council in relation to motion 1. Ms Ward.
Not here.
Not here, okay. Jonathan Hughes has asked to address the Council in relation to item 8, report of the Cabinet Member for Environment, Recycling and Waste. Dr Hughes, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Hughes. I am the Chair of Kisslingbury Parish Council. On Monday and Tuesday of this week, I got out my wellies and waded through the flooded roads in the village. These included the High Street through Kisslingbury, the Bugbrook Road near the M1 bridge, and although the High Street is a designated B road, it is a bus route and heavily used by lorries, including the fleet run by Haygates. Vehicles were chancing their luck and driving through the flood both before and after the High Street was closed by the Fire and Rescue Service to recover people in cars. One eyewitness even reported a Haygates driver stopping to throw aside a closure notice before driving through. This is the third time I put on my wellies this year. There were floods in Kisslingby in January and February this year, in May 2023 and on Christmas Eve 2020. Following a severe flood in 1998, flood defences were built between the River Nen and the village. These have been successful in eliminating flooding from the river. But the Bund has created a new problem. When the Nen reaches the top of its normal range, about 1.89 metres, the outfall valves are closed and the water backs up the system. The rain was so heavy this week that it flowed into the foul water system. Effluent and toilet paper were pushed up through manhole covers in Hodges Lane and Starmers Lane, Church Lane. Residents were unable to use their toilets and the Cromwell Cottage restaurant had to close because their toilets were also unusable. The Parish Council has written to the WNC Chief Exec in July 2024, outlining the risks that Kisslingby as a village faces, including flooding. We have received a response from Mr Nick Henstock, Assistant Director in August, and the Parish Council will be responding this week. As a chair, I've also written this week to Councillor Adam Brown, who's one of our ward councillors, and to Mr Henstock about our immediate concerns following this week's flood. We are trying to get WNC to recognise how flooding in Kisslingbury intersects with planning applications and with traffic issues. And we hope that this correspondence will develop the working relationship between WNC and Kisslingbury Parish Council. I would also, on behalf of the village, like to express my appreciation for the work that Mr Paul McGrath and his care team put in yesterday. 7 WNC pumping vehicles attended and ensured that the water was removed. It is totally predictable that Kisslingby will experience similar events in the near future. The Parish Council recognises that Kisslingby is just one of 166 civil parishes in West Northants. And we also recognise that even amongst those areas with flooding concerns, Kisslingby is not the worst affected. We want emergency responses to go where they are most needed, but unfortunately Kisslingby will have to stay on this list while the current drainage and flood system remains in place. To move forward, the village needs to have far more communication with the local lead flood authority, mentioned in Councillor Beese's report, in order for the Parish Council to have a say on behalf of villagers about measures to reduce the risk of flooding. And we'll be looking for suggestions about how these be progressed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr Hughes. Now to item 6, opposition priority business. I will invite Councillor Wendy Randall to move the motion. 5 minutes, please, Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. I hope that the administration will see this motion put forward by my group as being a critical friend. Our engagement with the public needs to improve. The public need to be able to trust us, and to do that, they need to feel listened to. They need to be given the opportunity to shape ideas. We should be tapping into local knowledge, and we need to be open and transparent. We need to improve our relationship with town and parish councils. They're often the heart of all of our communities, and we need to be working with them, not just informing them what we're going to do. We need to engage at a much earlier stage. At the moment, the first time residents see our consultation is often in a draft form. The wording is often in council speech, and people lose interest as it often takes 20 minutes or more to complete. An example of when our consultation was seen as a tick box exercise was the home to school transport. The proposal was to increase the cost from £600 to £1,000. Over 90% of those who responded said no to the huge increase. There were suggestions of the increase being staggered over the next few years, but this idea was dismissed. In North Northants, they went out with the same proposals, but they did listen, and although the increase was accepted, the cost was staggered. We need to change, and for change to happen, you need to recognise that what we are doing currently isn't working. Our reputation out there isn't great, and that helps no one. The peer review highlighted that WNC website is difficult to navigate for both customers and staff. I recognise that improvements have been made, but there is still a long way to go, and the website needs an overhaul, making it user-friendly for all and taking on board the diversity of West Northamptonshire. And I'm sure the frontline staff will tell you what areas are difficult to navigate. The LGA have produced a report on a guide to engagement. They have given examples of how 3 councils changed their ways of engaging. And one example is Hackney Borough Council, and it was a place for everyone. It was a borough-wide research and engagement piece and provided an opportunity to trial new forms of engagement alongside traditional types. Council staff attended more than 50 locations, including markets, train stations, festivals, health services and cultural events to do this. Bespoke engagement with hard-to-reach segments were developed to engage with young black men, those with disabilities, those in temporary accommodation and the LGBT community, alongside a 1,000-person survey. Can we also consider introducing a face-to-face triage and consultation option for those in the process of applying for statutory service assistance, including SEND, housing and adult social care? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. I'll invite Councillor Bob Bursett to second the motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion. A well-conducted consultation can take us further in our functions as a local council. It's the place where people come together to conduct our affairs as a community working cooperatively. I'm not suggesting all our consultations are lacking. I think the Greyfriars consultation struck a chord with people and it was very constructive. It was started early and was a progressive process. I think our waste consultation was on the right lines as well. But we really have failed to listen to the voices of our SEND families and our homes, as Wendy said, our home to school transport consultation, we really didn't listen to what people were saying to us. And I'm not sure that our development plan consultation is good either. We need to ensure that every voice is heard, and not just those who shout loudest, and not just the most articulate. Are we listening to our people who live in houses of multiple occupation? Are we listening to the people who are desperate for housing, or do we just listen to those shouting loudest that they don't want housing? I'm concerned that with our development plan that we're actually not listening to the people who will live in the houses that will be developed and the jobs that will be needed to be developed for them in the year 2030 to 2040. We need to be talking to our young people, and I don't see any involvement of our young people in our consultations. So what I'm saying is it's not enough to put a document onto our website. It's about us engaging with our communities and really listening to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bob Purser. I'll now take questions in order of the sequence of the mic. Councillor Sally Birdsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Yes, Chair, I think this is a very good motion, primarily because it's saying to listen to people. And that's something sometimes councillors forget. We make decisions in committee. We don't think of the ramifications for everybody. And I think sometimes we really need to go out and talk to people and listen to them. A lot of people say to me, what's the point of taking part in consultation? They're going to do it anyway. And I don't want people to feel like that. I want people to feel that if they've got a contribution to make and a suggestion to make, they can actually change things for the best. The peer review was very, very damning, really, about our website, which is a shame, really, because that's our main source of incoming from people. And unfortunately, we do find it very difficult these days for people to get in on the phone because of the traumas that we're having with flooding and various other things. So there's a lot of ways we can improve our services. And I know it all takes time, but I think sometimes consultations have to be face-to-face and maybe more public meetings, maybe a chance to go out and speak to people that are actively involved in something. So we will support this because we believe that listening to people is the most important thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Janice Duffy.
It's not just in consultations that our residents feel they aren't being listened to. Even when they complain about issues or request help, they feel like they're being repeatedly ignored. The LGA report said the council often takes a paternalistic stance, telling people what's happening rather than listening and involving them. We ask them to download apps to report potholes, take pictures of fly tips. But when people do this, they wait days, if not weeks, to get a response or a solution. Especially in my ward of Talavera, we have mounting problems of waste, potholes, antisocial behaviour. Residents duly report this as we ask them to, but then we wait. And we wait and wait. Sometimes they end up just sorting it out themselves. And let's thank the voluntary litter pickers who do this. For statutory services like waste, this is simply not good enough for the council. The administration needs to get much better responding to people. It's not that hard to write a short reply in confirmation. The administration really needs to do better in making sure all our residents feel like they're involved in decisions and heard. This includes much better in-person consultations. Currently, when WC go out to consultation, they set up a stand in the Grosvenor Centre. Residents in Western Favell don't go to the Grosvenor Centre. They go to Western Favell. And we're still waiting for the regeneration grant, but there is no consultations there. So when big decisions are being made, thousands of possible voices are being left out. If you want
Could you
the view
sum
of
up
people,
now, Councillor, please?
If you want the view of people, you have to engage all of them.
Thank you. Councillor Dennis Meredith.
No. Oh, right. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to take, this motion is very good, and I'm glad it's been presented to the Council, but I'd like to take it a bit further. I've tried to access the website many times, and I've found it very, very difficult. What you've got to realise is that not everybody uses the net, and what happens is some people get very confused. Just recently, free things. I've tried to book on 3 different websites to get into them, and I found it so very, very difficult. And also, you have to keep starting again. So I would like the officers to go back to the website and to make it more easier for people to get on information. You've got to realise that there is people out there, people like myself who suffer from dyslexia. We find it very, very hard to be able to access things and to read these things properly. And nothing is done to help them people. And I think what we should do, we should be looking at the website and to make sure that it's clear, precise, and it's very helpful to people, especially people who are partially sighted, people who have, as I say, mentioned, have got dyslexia, people who have difficulty in reading, and there's lots of people out there who still can't read even today, and so that's what I'm saying. So please have a look at it. Ask the officers to have a look. And I hope that this motion is opposition priority business is going to be accepted, because I think it would be a step in the right direction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sue Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. I support this motion. I agree.
Could I just stop you there, please, Councillor Sue Sharps? Do we have a point of order? I can't hear you.
Okay,
Right, okay, you're appearing in the list now. If you'd like to carry on, Councillor Sue Sharps.
Okay.
Sorry for the interruption.
Okay, thank you. Can I just point out my time is now 1:20, so can I have extra time, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll take a note.
I'm supporting this mainly because it points out... Can I ask members on the other side to be quiet? Thank you, Councillor Hallam. So I will continue. Thank you, Chair. So I'm supporting this because this points out many of the things that our officers have highlighted, as well as councillors in various different situations we've been in. And I think it only adds to the work that we are doing as a council. So I think if we can add to all of the work we are doing, bus strategy and everything else, and actually help our officers, help our councillors and help our residents, I think that this will be a good piece of work for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timms.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will support this motion, but I'd like to go a bit further. Like Dennis says, a lot of people still don't know how to access the website or follow through it. So I'd like this to be part of the library side of things, so people can access it through the library and actually get advice through that. Also, the bus strategy, there's certain parts which people need to get to Northampton, and from my village, you can't at the moment. So from that point, I would like to get from Brackley to Northampton on your bus strategy improvement plan. The other thing, like I said, your send provision and face-to-face, how's that going to happen? Are they going to come to you, or do you have to go to Northampton to do that? I would prefer that to be closer to the people that are there, especially with the anxiety levels that are issued in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mike Hallam.
Thank you. I'm hoping this works. Apologies, Sue. I was trying to get to grips with the new system rather than deliberately interrupt you. The administration won't be supporting this opposition priority business, and I'd like to touch on why. For me, it only really emphasises the areas for improvement, and there's no mention of the many positives in the peer report. Any organisation will tell you just how important it is to take a balanced view on things like this, so to emphasise both the positive and the areas for improvement, as it's vital in developing a positive culture for any council, business or organisation. I can't see any references in this motion to the peers' comments about positive culture or tangible upbeat energy of staff at WNC, or the many examples of frontline workers going the extra mile. I can't see where this mentions how the peer team highlighted our workplace culture and how the staff said they were working for the council, whether they'd been in local government previously or not. They also said the executive leadership team was open and accessible. The motion could have also mentioned how peers recognise the journey we've been on so far, just how complicated it was to bring together 4 councils, and that took a great amount of work and a concentrated effort and energy, and I am quoting directly from the report. I don't agree with Councillor Randall's comments about parish councils as external partner organisations, because that was described in the report as being the best ever. The website is undergoing a relaunch in the next few weeks. We've got a small council working group on it, and the search engine functionality has already been updated. The peer team are due back in November to assess our progress, and we look forward to updating members on just how that action plan is progressing. That action plan is also available online. The general theme of the motion from the Labour Party is about listening and consultation. Well, I think that's a bit rich, given we started the meeting hearing from an older person who lives in Standards Barn, explaining just how much the Labour Party were listening to older people in Northampton at the moment. We won't be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Adam Brown. Is your mic not working? Paul will come down.
Thank you, Paul. Just a couple of additional comments from me. I think whenever we're looking at the peer review, it's important to remember that there is an action plan on the website that covers off every single point raised by the peer review and our progress to date. That would have instantly reminded members that actually we are acting upon the recommendation of the peer challenge and overhauling and refreshing the council website. So that request is superfluous. When it comes to listening to SEND families, I don't deny for a moment that there are SEND families who don't feel that we're listening enough, who want us to go further, and whose experience of the service, it still doesn't meet their expectations. We acknowledge that, we listen to them. However, we do have the West Northants Voices in Partnership, which is a huge body of work that ensures that we are listening to SEND families all the time, getting their input, moving the service forward with their buy-in, with their input. And when it came to the SEND strategy, we listened to over 800 people in putting that strategy together. The carers strategy, when it came to Cabinet, was praised by opposition members for the way that we'd engaged with members of the public and the consultation on that front. On housing and homelessness, our consultation, I believe, has been exemplary, bringing together partners, experts, stakeholders from outside West Northamptonshire to put together those documents. So, whilst there is more that we can do, and I feel that the spirit of this motion is, we can't object wholly to the spirit, but the specific recommendations are not recommendations that we can buy into at this point in time, but always open to conversations and deliberations over where we can improve when it comes to listening to members of the public.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now go back to Councillor Wendy Randall to respond to the debate.
Thank you. It's very disappointing, actually, that you didn't accept the motion, and it all comes down to this one point. Are you really listening? Do you really want to listen to the residents? Because there are so many things that are done within this council that residents know absolutely nothing about. And that is a real shame, because the best way to get residents behind you is to take them along that journey with you. And the only way you take them along that journey is to engage with them early on. So I am disappointed. I hear all the time from residents saying, I encourage people to respond to surveys and consultations, and all the time they're always saying, what's the point? Because they've made their mind up anyway. And a lot of the time I have to agree with them. We've heard tonight about the petition for Eastern Way. Let's see if the residents are going to be listened to. The town council wasn't. They objected to it. But we still seem to be pushing ahead with the idea. It's not going to be good for Daventry. They're not listening. There are many, many cases where I can say where residents aren't being listened to, but let's see. We've got elections in May, and let's hope they will listen. But coming back on your political point, Councillor Hallam. There are many times, actually, when we've plunged people deeply into poverty, and the council tax reduction scheme was one. And I believe at the time the borough took 30% off people where they used to have nothing. So, you know, that really, really did. And that wasn't just pensioners, that was everybody. And we have got children that have been starving. Under your government, look how many food banks we've now got than what we used to have. So actually, under your government, you have plunged many, many people into poverty. Thank you.
I will now go to the vote. The motion is lost. But what did you say? Sorry, I didn't hear that, Councillor.
There was no vote taken here because the equipment isn't working.
I will just defer to the monitoring officer whether we need to take the vote again or not. If you'd like to indicate which way you would vote, we will come down and look at the microphone. Thank you. Okay, I will now go to item 7, Cabinet Reports. Now, to give all members of the Cabinet the opportunity to present the reports, I'm going to invite all Cabinet members to present their reports in turn before questions. Cabinet members may take up to 2 minutes each. The remaining time will be given over to questions. I will ask Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There's no other place that I can start with my update this evening other than the floods currently affecting West Northamptonshire. And my heart goes out to anyone who's seen their home or business affected by the extreme weather that we've been facing since the weekend. I should also take this opportunity to thank the Fire and Rescue Service, the police, the Environment Agency and all of the staff at West Northamptonshire and Kia who have worked extraordinarily hard since the weekend. Some of those agencies and members of staff are almost around the clock to help residents where necessary. At Billing Aquadrome, over 50 people and a couple of dozen pets were evacuated out of the site and to safety at Links Forum. Elsewhere, as we heard from the chairman of the parish council in Kislingbury earlier, the fire brigade have been busy pumping water away from at-risk areas. We continue to engage in emergency meetings with our key stakeholders to monitor the weather, monitor the river levels, and also to carry out emergency works and distribute sandbags to key locations. Secondly, I wanted, as promised at the last meeting, I wanted to keep Council abreast of developments on the devolution agenda. We have one remaining meeting, one remaining discussion outstanding this week before we'll be able to submit an expression of interest as requested by the Deputy Prime Minister. We're still fully engaging with partners in the South Midlands, but also in discussions with Buckinghamshire Council. As soon as the outcome of those discussions is known, I'll write to all members so that they're fully aware of the direction of travel. An expression of interest is just that. It's an expression of interest, and there'll be a further opportunity for this council to cast a vote and have a democratic debate further down the line.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matt Golby.
Well, I wanted to speak.
Oh, okay. Councillor Matt Golby.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I'll take my report as read. It's very comprehensive, covering adult social care, public health and regulatory services, but there are a couple of things I will pick out and highlight. The first is that we remain to see significant pressures in adult social care, which manifest as budgetary pressures. And we did discuss these at Cabinet last week, and I think a good narrative and understanding was given. From my point of view, I am assured that the teams involved, whether they're dealing with hospital discharges or those dealing with commissioning placements and packages, are totally committed to the best outcomes for residents, as well as being cognizant of the overall budget status. Another point is safeguarding concerns made to adult social care are beginning to reduce to nearer the national average, which is positive. However, there are still too many referrals made by partners, and work continues to reduce these referrals, and that's a measure that is reported regularly to the Adult Safeguarding Board. Yesterday, I had an update on our self-assessment, which is a key part of our preparedness for the impending CQC inspection of adult social care, and progress has been made in lots of areas, and the last year was spent looking quite inward at a lot of our internal issues and controls, and now we're looking a lot more outward with our partners externally. And there are just a couple of other points that I want to mention that rarely get airtime at Council. The first is suicide prevention. So 2 weeks ago, I attended the local launch of an award-winning short film called 54 Days, a film about suicide bereavement for World Suicide Prevention Day. And the evening was incredibly powerful, full of great conversations, networking, and a chance to hear from lived experiences. I've been hugely impressed with the work of the team at WNC in this very difficult subject area, and acknowledge the word of Henna Palmer in particular and her team. We have a suicide prevention strategy owned by a partnership of organisations and an action plan which has just had a 12-month review. In the work around drug and alcohol, equally, I'm pleased to report our numbers in treatment have increased, which is a key measure from the likes of OHID, which is the government department. Again, there's some brilliant work happening on our patch.
Can I ask you to sum up now, Councillor?
Thank you. Supported by organisations such as the Bridge and other voluntary groups and the police and probation. Progress continues around the seizure of illegal vapes, and our work with air quality continues, and we had a really good session at Place Scrutiny last week which looked at our air quality needs assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm taking the portfolio holder report as you've already read it, so just to add a few more bits to this. As you can see from the overall reports we're having this evening, we're using a totality of the Council's resources to support better outcomes for children alongside improved efficiency. This approach straddles the detail provided in that of both the leader and my own elements of this report, alongside the work being taken forward by public health and community safety. For me, the key achievements over the past quarter are as follows. As you can see from today's meeting, we're taking forward £20 million programme of investment into accommodation that better supports looked after children and young people, whilst also reducing costs for taxpayers to help meet growing demand. Over 550 children have now had a value in care assessment, and 63 children and young people this year have been actively worked with to help reduce demand. The quarters 1 and 2, the savings this year to date, have been just under £2 million. Work continues on the development of WNC Early Help Offer. Progress has been made in developing an overarching plan for West Northants, including alignment work with around the youth offer, SEND improvement work. We have supported 10,000 children as start at new school this month, including those starting in reception and Year 7. The Council has created an additional 300 places for Year 7 pupils to meet the growing demand, including the new Northampton school that has opened in a permanent location in Moulton, which will eventually cater for over 1,000 secondary-age pupils. Since the local area SEND inspection was published, a significant amount of work has been developed across the local partnership to agree how we work differently to improve outcomes for children and young people. Things are improving, and we have had a return from these inspectors, and they are in agreement that we are working on a plan. The last but not least, today we had our first education conference were leaders from across the council and local partnership working with over 200 local education leaders to agree how we will drive improvements in two key sectors, SEND and early help. And lastly...
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Meredith, could you state your point of order to the monitoring officer?
The point of what I'm saying is that my point of order is this, Chair, is that when the Cabinet members give their spiel, they should not go on too long, because this meeting really is for individual Cabinet, backbench Cabinet.
Okay, Councillor Meredith,
Can you remind the Cabinet just to go on for about a minute?
Can I respond to that, Councillor Meredith? Each Cabinet member has been allocated 2 minutes to speak on their report, and then we will be taking questions from backbenchers in turn. Thank you. Could I ask Councillor Phil Larratt?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll try not to go over my 2 minutes. I take it the report as read. Just want to draw attention to a couple of points. First of all, the Northampton Toast to Silverstone Brackley bus service. We are looking to enhance that. We had hoped to enhance that already, but due to slippage in the Section 106 monies not coming forward from the Silverstone Park development, we haven't been able to do that yet. But as soon as that money is forthcoming, we will implement that enhancement. Everything seems to have gone dead on the £162 million that we were expecting from HS2 funding. It's probably going to go and pay for Cabinet members' heating allowances and wardrobes, but we'll see. The North West Relief Road, Phase 2 is moving ahead apace, and I'm pleased to report that. And I went on a visit recently, and I have to say I was very impressed with the wildlife measures that are included, such as otter nets and mammal runs through the gullies during flood times, and also the bat boxes. Other thing I'll just draw attention to is the fact that the top of Gold Street between College Street and Bridge Street is traffic other than buses is prohibited. That will be enforced within the next few weeks using a camera, so please be aware that that will be happening. We are doing a lot of comms to make sure people are aware of that, but it has been prohibited for other vehicles, just like the drapery, and we will be enforcing it in the very near future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor David Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take my report as read. In reference to obviously the recent floods, we're going through our local plan, and obviously there's additional work to do now with the changes in government. But I think it's well worth pointing out that we've commissioned a piece of work within the local plan that will assess flood risk and any mitigation required for any new proposed allocations. Then moving on to my report, so the planning restructure is now complete. And apologies for the sound, this is terrible. I don't know if anyone else can hear very well, but I'll carry on. I'll touch on building control. A large provider of building control has gone bust. Their head office is in Northamptonshire, but it's affecting planning applications across the whole of the country. But we've got around 900 additional cases to actually deal with, so a massive workload, and we're trying to recruit to that team. So yeah, it couldn't have come at a worse time, but they're working very well through that. I will leave it there because this sound is sending me bananas, so I don't know what anyone else is feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rosie Herring.
Thank you.
The new housing allocations policy and the choice-based letting system went live on the 14th of August. To date, 663 are live on the register to bid for properties. 807 are assessed but awaiting further information and documentation from customers. The Temporary Accommodation Reduction Acquisitions Project, or TARA, is online to deliver 59 additional properties. 12 have been acquired and are currently tenanted, 10 properties acquired, 2 are ready to be tenanted and 8 are being refurbished. A further 26 are in the conveyancing system and 11 more at the feasibility stage. The Local Authority Housing Fund Programme 1 and 2 successfully delivered 40 additional properties, and there's a paper later in the agenda regarding LAF 3 funding. Relocatable units scheme is progressing, and there'll be a full business case presented to Cabinet, and the houses of multiple occupancy licensing consultation closes on the 7th of October, and a report to Cabinet will go on the 12th of November when responses will be assessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dan Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're continuing to advance our economic growth strategy. We've delivered developing a data-driven strategy that includes economic baseline reports. We're engaging with businesses, anchor institutions and community groups to understand and shape our future growth. Supporting local business, we have the small business bus coming on Monday the 18th of November, which will spotlight in Northampton, but it will drive our campaign about shopping local and buying local and supporting our local businesses. We've also started a strategic account management team which will work with our key local employers, aiming to remove barriers, create partnerships and boost the local economy and retain our key employers as well. Our inward investment and business growth team is continuing to promote West Northants as a prime business destination. We've had inquiries from the energy sector, motorsport and housing. We're also looking at how we tackle unemployment and getting people back into work with the West Northants Employment Support Service, offering job search assistance and engaging local employers in regular events. Supporting the local visitor economy, we obviously hosted the Tour of Britain recently. We've got the Women's Rugby World Cup coming up, and we've got the Local Visitor Economy Partnership, which will have an application form submitted in November. On the regeneration front, we obviously have the Greyfriars site, which is having a report coming to Cabinet in October, and the Corn Exchange this evening. Northampton Market Square has soft launched last Friday, with the opening coming on the 18th and 19th of October, the full opening then. We've also got the UK Share Prosperity Fund that we're continuing to deliver grants, which are in supporting local skills and development, digital literacy, rural transport, and trying to support our local rural businesses across all areas of West Northamptonshire. We're also working on the Net Zero West Northampton initiative, providing decarbonisation grants to local businesses, helping reduce emissions and boost sustainable growth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rebecca Breeze.
Thank you, Chair. The persistent rain in the last few days leading to floods in Northamptonshire and elsewhere have underscored our vulnerability to extreme weather events. The community's response, including the swift actions of emergency services, has been commendable. However, the events highlight the urgent need for long-term solutions to mitigate the impact of higher rainfall and prevent future flooding. Across West Northants Council, we're working to increase the awareness of this issue and to build sustainability and reliance into our lives. Next week, I'll be on the judges panel for the West Northants Sustainability Awards, which recognises those organisations who have integrated sustainability into their various business practices. Entrants will have had a chance to demonstrate best practice in various areas and the contribution towards WNC's area-wide net zero target. On the 9th of October, the Town Council and WNC are hosting an event for parish councils at Delaprey Abbey. As part of our ambitious targets, WNC is working in collaboration with Northampton Town Council to host a summit which will provide parish councils and their residents with tangible tools to help them to become more resilient and sustainable in their day-to-day lives. And finally, you will have all received a message from me about the local nature recovery strategy bus tour next Wednesday. It's a really lovely program that's been developed for members to tour sites of great interest and see nature recovery in action. There are still spaces available, so please be in touch if you want to attend, because I really can commend this. We did host a briefing for members about 10 days ago, which had a very select few of us in attendance. It was a really interesting briefing, and we are rehosting it. I think next week there should be another invite in your diaries, hopefully at a more accessible time of, I think, 5 o'clock on Tuesday evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mike Hallam, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This time last year, Councillor Longley challenged the customer service team, as he did with all teams, to deliver efficiency savings. I think he used the same words in our meeting as he does much of the time at the budget pressing process. No bad ideas, got a good one, please bring it forward. So the team did. They came up with an idea around online forms as a way of customers giving us all of the information we need before we even go into the start of the call, particularly when solving complex issues. Now, we talked earlier about online, and I will be sending out some information to members about these online forms when we do the website relaunch. But I just wanted to explain how it works and how it helps, because if someone emails in on a specific, perhaps complex issue, they often miss out a key piece of information. They might miss their name or their address. They're stressed. They're dealing with a complex problem. So you end up with a really long email trail, and that obviously takes up a lot of time. Then transfer that situation to a phone call, same problem. You end up with a really long phone call because the start of the call is information gathering. What the online form does is it takes residents through a guided process of giving all of that information. So when the customer service agent goes to ring, they have all of that information at their fingertips. And what happens in the other scenario is that long scenario, call times increase and customer satisfaction decreases. Well, with these forms now live, we've already seen a huge improvement where they've been used in efficiency, in call times, and in customer satisfaction. You know, as I say, we will get some communications out to members, to parish councils, and to residents to encourage their use where people want to engage with us that way. And I really just wanted to shout out big well done to the customer service team who stepped up to Councillor Longley's challenge, and results are already starting to show.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Malcolm Longley.
Thank you, Chair. I refer you now to the outturn forecast, and this is demonstrated on period 4, but it's not entirely significantly different than period 3, which is the first quarter, showing the 3.8 currently overspend. Now, the important points about that is period 4 was very similar to period 3, so stabilised in that month, and also period 5 is the same. In particular, I'll refer you to the just under £5 million worth of overspend from children's. Now, the interesting point there is that Adam immediately went south on the 5 million, but the second quarter has been almost entirely stable. Very good sign for the year end. So we're currently looking at 3.8 overspend, and that includes, we've taken the 10 million contingencies that we put in at this point in time. Debatable point, but that's what we've done. And it looks to me like the end of this month, which is the end of the first half year, very significant date, looks to me like we're going to be about there, about stable. But we've got a few things in the cupboard yet where, for example, we look at Treasury, we look at building rates, things like that. And we never bring them into play because we don't know how they're going to work out until the final quarter. So that's it. The other things on the horizon, of course, we've got the current budget development taking place, halfway through that. And we've also got very good news on the pension fund. That's a multi-party involvement, and that's looking at 152% covered. Very, very good news. Finally, I'll go on to the property strategy. The important point, there's a lot of detail on that. Very pleased to see that Keith's going to join me in a few weeks' time and bring him up to date. So any questions you've got from the other side of the floor, you know, Keith's your man, and he'll get access to all what's going on there. And and from time to time we'll do that, Keith. Thank you, Chair. I think that's about me done.
Thank you, Councillor. The rest of the time on this agenda item will now be over to questions of the Cabinet members. I will ask members to use the microphone queuing system. I will ask Cabinet members to take a note of all questions asked of them, and I will ask them to answer them in one go at the end. Councillor Wendy, I will take Councillor Adam Brown first, Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brown, you've already alluded to the awful floods that we've seen this week. 52 people sheltered in the leisure centre with no home, 5 people rescued on a boat after one next to it sank. Flood sirens sounding across the Eastern District for the 3rd time this year, and a visit from the Secretary of State for the Environment. Meanwhile, this council, the lead flood authority, still has no dedicated flood strategy, instead using the old county council one that's nearly 10 years old. We still don't even have a fully manned flood team and still depend on a contractor for many statutory functions. On top of that, 10 flood warnings still remain in place across West Northants. So my question to you is, how many more evacuations does the fire service need to carry out? How many people need to be temporary homeless? How many times do residents have to worry for their homes when those sirens go off? How many more warnings will it take before this council lives up to its role as lead flood authority and gets hold of the problem, instead of just accepting the inevitable every time it rains? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dennis Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Adam Brown, David Smith, and Rebecca Breeze. Adam Brown, you made a statement in the Chronicle and Echo, which I read today, which you said there was no problem with the drains and the gullies and everything was under control. Well, quite frankly, that's not true. I don't know why you made that statement, because when you drive around and look in the gullies, you see loads and loads of weeds. And that is contributing to some of the floods, because the weeds are not cleared and they block up the drains. So that's a fair. So I wish you would put that right, because you've only got to drive around Northampton and see the amount of weeds that are growing in the gullies. Second, David Smith. I think the Southfields Community Centre has been put...
Councillor Meredith, could I ask you to stop there, please? Councillor Adam Brown, you have a point of order.
I hope his mic's not working.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Meredith, we're only taking questions of Councillor Brown at the moment. We will take questions of other Cabinet members later. Councillor Mike Warren. Councillor Meredith, have you turned your mic off?
Did you want me to speak, Chair? I have a question.
Councillor Mike Warren. Okay, you'll go back to the end of the queue, Mike. Councillor James Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I note my question is to both, probably Rebecca and to Adam, as they both covered it. Obviously, I completely agree with Adam commending our emergency services to help and assist with the recent flooding we had. I know it's been a distressful time for residents. As Councillor Wendy Randall pointed out, we had the Environmental Secretary visiting yesterday. Can we ensure that we lobby government for the funding that we need, if we need any, which I think we will, to ensure that we get proper defences and any investment that we need in our flood defences, please? Because obviously, we have a new government and they're clearly interested in Northampton, which is good to see. But obviously, we need to make sure that is backed by real investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timms.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to go to Phil Larratt, if that's all right, to make sure...
Councillor, we're only taking questions of Councillor Adam Brown at the moment. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions. Obviously, we've covered the flood, which is very distressing for a lot of people, especially at Billing Aquadrome when it's happened so many times. The other point is I wanted to make, Revs and Bens, the new single system is now live, which I'm very pleased about because of the backlog that they had, and I can hope now that they will actually catch up, because this is affecting people with properties and homes and actually getting into debt and that sort of problem. So I really want that to be sorted out. And can I also say the development of children's homes provision, I think is an absolute essential. When I realised how much money we were paying out to private operators for our children, I was horrified that we shouldn't be actually doing that. We should be doing it in-house so we can save money and look after our own children properly. I'm not saying they weren't looked after properly, but I'm just saying that the money we were being charged was absolutely unreal. And I think if the general public knew, which we can't actually divulge, what people were charging, I think they would be equally horrified at the amount it would. So I'm really pleased about this initiative, but also can I ask that when you do put a home in, that you consult closely with the neighbouring houses and people, just to make sure that they understand that it is providing a home for children who much need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. It was really positive to see the men's cycling event come to Northampton. However, it is slightly frustrating as one of the councillors for the area, including Billing Road, that it took a national event to finally repair roads that our residents have been telling us for some years were dangerous and out of order. And that's something hugely frustrating to our residents. So firstly, I think we owe our residents a bit more respect than that, than doing it when we want to show off on a national platform rather than delivering for them. And secondly, if we want to attract national events and look serious in that instance, then we should be preparing ahead of time and thinking about what state our roads, our town needs to be in if we want to attract national events.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Danielle Stone.
Two very quick questions. Could the leader tell us when he first received the severe weather warning, and does he think that the residents were given that information in a timely enough way? And could he please give us the deadline for the expression of interest around devolution? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pinder Sean. Have you turned your Councillor Pinder Shaw?
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand. You pronounced my name wrong. Sorry. My question is for Councillor Adam Brown. The question is that obviously we've all been involved in a lot of the flooding incidents. We've had 2 months worth of rainfall in 2 days, and over the weekend we're also expecting 3 months worth of rainfall, so we're expecting another 130 millimetres of rain. Now, it was mentioned earlier that we had the Secretary of State for Environment who came to Northampton yesterday. Now, there's clearly an issue here when it's coming to investment and looking at the way that this money that local authorities can apply for is pitched. So the question is, did the Secretary of State give the leader the opportunity to address some of the issues and some of the problems that we're facing here locally around funding? Number one. And number two, be able to express some of the issues that we've got around the structure of applying for that funding as well locally.
Thank you, Councillor Sean. Can I just stop you there? Can someone hear a noise in the room?
It's in the courtyard. Music outside. Security.
Okay, they've gone out to have a... It's stopped. Okay.
No, it hasn't.
Okay. Right. Did you hear those questions? Okay, Councillor Brown. Okay. I'll go to Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift.
I don't touch. Sorry. It's a question for Councillor Lister. In his portfolio, he gave some rural business ground. Could he elaborate? Because representing a rural ward, I would like to see how it was spent. Thank you.
Did you hear that, Councillor? Brown? No.
Your Lister. Councillor Lister.
Right. Can I just stop the... can I just hold off on the meeting for a moment till we sort this noise issue out? It's an appropriate time to take a break. Shall we take a break now? Yes. Councillors, I think instead of waiting till the end of Cabinet for the break, if we take a short break now, we'll deal with the noise and then adjourn again together. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have to...
We have now dealt with the slight technical problem we have, and we think the noise issue has resolved itself. I will allow a couple of more minutes after the acquitted normal hour to make up for that time. Just to reiterate, we're taking questions in order of the Cabinet members as they spoke. We had a list of all those asking questions of Councillor Adam Brown. Are there any more questions for Councillor Adam Brown? Once everybody's asked questions of Councillor Brown, then we'll ask him to answer them in one go, and then we will go on to Councillor Matt Golby and so on down the list of as they speak. We always run out of time on this section, but it's more efficient if we take questions each time. So are there any more questions for Councillor Adam Brown? Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question to Councillor Adam Brown, Leader, is one that I'd like him to extend thanks to the voluntary services who have helped out significantly in terms of flooding recently. In my ward at Collingtree in East Hunsbury, we've had significant flooding there, as I know we have in many other areas in our district. But there are plenty of voluntary services working in partnership with Northampton Fire and Rescue and the police, of which one of my charities, in fact, Northampton Search and Rescue, Lowland Rescue, has been incredibly instrumental and working all hours. They are voluntary sector services, and I would appreciate if Councillor Brown would extend his thanks on behalf of the Council to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the residents of Moulton Ward, can I please ask the Leader for an update on what is happening with the new Moulton Medical Centre? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pinder Sean.
Thank you. I've just had an opposition councillor just come to me after I've just asked the question of the Leader to say that Conservative councillors shouldn't be asking questions of the Leader and should be speaking to him directly. Can I just get some clarification on the rules on this? Because clearly Conservative councillors should be able to stand up for their residents and ask the Leader questions too.
Thank you. I will just check with the monitoring officer. I presume all members. Yes, and it's as I thought, all members can question the Cabinet. Okay, so can I ask Councillor Adam Brown to respond to the questions?
Certainly, Madam Chairman. Firstly, in response to Councillor Randall, I think she knows that the metrics that she sets out aren't, in fact, the metrics that we use to determine whether we respond to situations or develop new strategies. We are, in fact, already developing a new flood risk management strategy for West Northamptonshire. I hope that she'll agree that this is an important document that can't be rushed. We've also secured £6.2 million for a resilience and innovation in Northamptonshire project that covers both the west and the north, and it will help us to develop tools and fund local projects to help reduce flood risk to properties not covered by major flood defence works. There's also been a series of local interventions to reduce specific problems, such as at Dean's Hanger and Green Lane in Northampton. We've secured £400,000 of further funds from the Environment Agency to take local measures, such as at a school where the playground will be replaced with permeable material to reduce runoff. And we've worked closely and continue to work closely with the new owners of Billing Aquadrome to establish a strategic plan for the resolution of issues on that site. I expect to be signing a memorandum of understanding with them soon, setting this out. Councillor Meredith, I note his comments. I didn't discern a question in what he said to me, but certainly I'll review the footage again, and if there was a question that I've missed, then I'll write to him. Councillor Beardsworth, thank you for your comments about the children's homes investment. I look forward to your vote in favour later on in this meeting. In terms of revenues and benefits, we're fully aware of the issues. It is on an improvement journey. We know that service needs to get better. That's recognised throughout the organisation. It's a vitally important service, but we didn't feel that the service levels were good enough at the start. So that's why we're taking it through that improvement journey as we speak, and it will soon start to get better. Councillor Zoe Smith, I don't think you can criticise this council's track record when it comes to securing national events, whether it's women's cycling, men's cycling, the Women's Rugby World Cup. We've been pretty damn successful at getting those major national events and international events, in fact, into Northampton and the wider West Northamptonshire area. So yeah, I think it takes a special political talent to turn such a positive into a negative. I have answered the question.
Councillor Brown speaking. Carry on.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Stone asked me about severe weather warnings. It's the Environment Agency that issues the severe weather warnings, and they have their own channels of communication to put those out. Both Councillor Hill and Councillor Shahan asked about our lobbying and engagement with the Secretary of State. So, whilst we were informed of the Secretary of State's visit, unfortunately we weren't invited to have a conversation earlier this week. However, following a short interview with ITV Anglia, I was on site at the time that the Secretary of State arrived. I introduced myself to him. I've left my contact details with his team and requested a meeting so that we can discuss with DEFRA the support and the investment that West Northamptonshire needs. So I hope that we'll hear back from DEFRA so that we can set up a meeting in the very near future. Councillor Gonzalez de Savage raises the important issue of the contribution of voluntary services in the flood effort, and it was remiss of me to forget both the voluntary services and the contribution of parish councils throughout West Northamptonshire, many of whom have flood wardens doing extremely hard work around the clock on the ground, distributing sandbags, comforting concerned residents in the middle of this flooding crisis, and the contribution of all volunteers throughout this time should be recognised and applauded. When it comes to the new medical centre at Moulton that Councillor Warren raises, we are in very serious talks with the ICB. They have the case for investment in a new medical centre in Moulton. Those talks are progressing well. We continue to lobby and engage with the MP for Daventry, Stuart Andrew, and I'm optimistic about the progress of those talks. There's more information that I can't share in the public arena, but I'm happy to have a meeting with Councillors Warren, Cribbin and Shepherd about this issue at any time, as well as anybody in Moulton who, like me, shares an ambition to deliver that medical centre in that village.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. We will now take questions for Councillor Matt Golby. Councillor Daniel Stone.
Councillor Golby, I've sent you the data that I talked about earlier on, so I won't repeat all of that. But can I have your assurance that you will feed that data through to the Anti-Poverty Working Group and to the Children's Scrutiny Group, please? And it might be useful for everybody for it to appear on our website. It is data that came through you from the officers in response to my question. So I'm very pleased about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you. Just a very quick one. We are monitoring air quality, but what are the plans to improve it?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Golby, I'm dealing with some casework at the moment with the resident, and I just want to thank the members of the adult social team for their support that they're giving to her. Slightly unusual circumstances. She's a self-funder, but it's proving quite difficult for her to find an appropriate home for her husband. She's already spoken to 28 care homes. She does have nursing needs for her husband, which is proving more difficult. But one of the things that's been a challenge is that it's not easily accessible to find a list of the care homes that we have the necessary arrangements within our framework for. So could we move to a situation where we can provide that information, perhaps in the form of a directory, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Winston Strachan.
Thank you, Chair. My question comes under environment protection. It relates to a complaint from a family in St. George's Avenue and involves an HMO used by WNC to house temporary tenants. Chairman, The family who lives in the terrace house next door has complained repeatedly to this council from as far back as June, July. They then have complained to their councillors, including me. We have repeatedly asked private sector housing to take a positive action to stop the antisocial behavior by WNC tenants. So far, our requests have been ignored by the department. Finally, with our frustration, I've asked the leader of the council to intervene, and he did almost immediately. However, as yet, I have not had any response from private sector housing. Chairman, we need to know what this council is doing about their rogue tenants who persistently breach their tenancy agreement by disrupting the lives of peaceful, law-abiding residents. We need to know when this family in St. George's Avenue will no longer have such unruly, noisy, and disruptive council tenants as their neighbors. Could we be given an answer, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Can I firstly also place on record my thanks to all the emergency services and everybody in the council who's worked hard over the last few days. It's been terrifying for lots of people. I'd also like to thank the residents who spent the time digging out their drains themselves and doing work to support their neighbours, because I think we need to acknowledge that. Councillor Golby, the Strong Start service is a crucial service, and I absolutely think that the disaggregation seems really sensible. But what are we going to do to ensure that the service really does reach all areas of West Northants? Because at the moment, the Strong Start service is really isolated to very specific areas, and it doesn't reach wide. And then secondly, with regards to the safeguarding and wellbeing services, and what you deem to be a significant number of inappropriate referrals from statutory partners, I know this is discussed at the Northamptonshire Adult Safeguarding Board, but the bigger question is, whilst it might not meet criteria for safeguarding referrals, there's clearly something that requires support. What are we doing about those? How are we addressing this with partners? And how are we going to ensure that that then doesn't affect and impact the workload of WNC staff who are then dealing with those referrals? I often get police contact me to say, I've put that into the council, but I've got nothing back. It might not be a safeguarding element, but there is absolutely a need for support to be delivered to that particular property, whether it be hoarding or food bank supply details, whatever that might be. Instead, they end up coming to me to ask for my support to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter Matton.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Golby. Another councillor mentioned the anti-poverty working group. I think we all recognise the excellent work that was done under your portfolio with the creation of the anti-poverty strategy, which was and still is a priority of this administration. I wonder if you've had time, please, to consider what the impact is going to be of the Labour government axing winter fuel payments for the majority of our pensioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick one from me, Councillor Golby. Following what Councillor Strachan has said, I similarly had a case in where I live where we had a neighbourhood problem from private sector housing. But the trouble with private sector houses, you report things, but they never reply to you. They never tell you what actions have been taken. They say they don't even contact you again. So we don't know whether anything's been done or not done, and there's nothing we can report back. Could you make sure in future that private sector housing will contact especially councillors, because they need to know so they can report back to their residents what's happened about certain situations? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With no further questions, can I ask Councillor Matt Golby to respond, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for the questions. Councillor Stone, I've just seen those facts and figures that you put through, so I'll pick them up with the team, and indeed we can get the anti-poverty working group to have a look at them. And I know there's already some very good work going on within the labs. So I'm sure, you know, that's something we can feed in and act on if we need to. Councillor Randall, plans to improve the action plan. Air quality, yes. Yeah, there's lots of plans. We've got the 7 air quality management areas, which clearly set out what our statutory responsibilities are, and we are actually improving those air quality areas. If you look at the area around Bradshaw Street and the bus station, that's one of them. We've got the new electric buses coming on top. That's on tap. That's a significant investment, and a significant which will give us a significant improvement on the air quality around the area. We do have a joint needs assessment that has just been that just went to scrutiny last week, and that talks about where things are and what needs to happen. And so I'm assured that there's some very good work going on. And we've also got the action plan that goes into DEFRA that we're hoping will be approved soon. So that will be shared and that will be available on the website. Councillor Harris mentioned the adult social care options and framework and what is available. I will speak to the director about that and see if that's something that we can get action that we can either share with members or again put on the website. Councillor Strachan, Councillor Beardsworth's point about public sector housing, I'll pick those up with my colleagues, and that link with regulatory services around rogue tenants and what we could do. So I'll be happy to take that away. Councillor Roberts, the Strong Start service and how we get better reach, I'll pick that point up. I haven't got an answer to give you right now about that. The statutory partners and referrals and the support that's given, I know, and you know, Councillor Roberts, we've been attending the Safeguarding Adults Board, and I know indeed that's a problem in children's services as well. The amount of referrals coming in, of course, we all need to make sure there are other places that people can be pointed to, and I know both of those directorates know that point. They are still working hard with partners like the police, for example, to make sure we get more appropriate referrals, but again, that's work in progress. Councillor Matton, the Anti-Poverty Working Group, that we have made a significant amount of progress. What will the winter fuel payment acts mean potentially? I think it's going to be a disaster for many of our pensioners. Not all of them acknowledge, but we heard Jean Lineker earlier. It's going to have a significant impact. We do have the Household Support Fund 6 coming through, which, as we all know, is there to support many of our vulnerable families, many pensioners, and indeed children that receive school meals, so free school meals and the vouchers that we've been providing there. So it is going to put extra pressure on them, and we need firm guidance as soon as possible in terms of exactly what we're going to receive and what the government intend us to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now take questions for Councillor Fiona Baker. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions for Fiona. In the autumn of 2023, Young Health Watch Northamptonshire was commissioned by Northamptonshire's Integrated Care Board to carry out research exploring the experience of young people and their parents and carers who were waiting for an assessment for autism and ADHD, or those that had been recently diagnosed. To achieve this, a survey was designed by Young Health Watch Northamptonshire and then adapted for parents and carers as well. Some of the findings that were discovered were 32% of parents and 31% of young people said that they had no support from any organisation after their diagnosis. 44% of young people did not think that the service available to them had helped at all. Can the Cabinet Member confirm what the Council is doing to work with the ICB and NHS Trust to see this situation improve, as this clearly has an impact on our services and then the service that children and families receive through our teams? And my second question is that you reference 25 new members of staff within your report as part of the Ambitious Transformation Programme. I just wondered if you can tell me how many of those are permanent versus temporary staff, and actually how many temporary staff have left us in the last 6 months, because I've got residents that I'm supporting who are on their 3rd, 4th and 5th EHCP or caseworker, and that is because those temporary people have now gone, and that's hugely problematic in the system. And then the final one is, there's your sentence in your penultimate paragraph. It says, although this feedback is positive and we have seen a sharp increase in positive feedback from parents and from schools, we do recognise that there remain a number of children and families who are not receiving the support they need as quickly as they need it. The simple question is, why? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timms.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to ask Fiona for an update at Brackley in regards to SEND provision there, because we were looking at, is it Springfield or Southfield House there? What the update for that is. And also within the schools, we've got a bit of disparity there, because my son's autistic himself. Campion was second to none in getting his diagnosis put forward, but schools are different in the way they approach, whether it's a reactive or a proactive approach. Could we address that some way within the school provisions?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stephen Clark.
To Councillor Baker, please could you give us an update on the new Tiffield School and what difference will it make for local children? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sue Sharp.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Fiona Baker, Councillor Fiona Baker, what has happened to the payments to parents that have moved from Southfield School? They were promised payments for new uniform, but many have not seen these payments and they are now at school. So I'd like to know that. Secondly, I would like to ask what the percentage, or in fact just the numbers please, of those parents that go for against us for tribunal, then drop that and then have any other action against us then dropped as well, because this is a large problem with us. We just totally ignore our parents at any form when we try, or they try, to come to us and ask for help. I agree with Councillor from the Labour group that we have too many officers working on too many cases and that just isn't working.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a question to Councillor Baker. And at the recent Cabinet meeting, I was delighted to hear that early years provision will be returned to Hunsbury Primary School. I'd just like to understand in my ward of West Hunsbury, when will those dates be? When will the nursery reopen? And how many children will have places there, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I now ask Councillor Fiona Baker to respond?
Thank you. There is no response about Southfield building at the moment because we're having a lot of surveys done on the building to see the actual position that it's in and the repairs that are needed, and then therefore the cost that we will have to find in order to bring that school up to being a proper building to be used by our young people. I'm not going to put them into something that's not good enough. So that is a work in progress. The Campion, I'm not sure how to answer that one, that all academies and schools have different ways of dealing with different things, which is why today we had a day conference with over 200 of our head teachers to actually go through all of these issues, specifically talking about early years and SEND, and we were delighted to have a lot of early years people in the room as well, because we know that they're the key. If we can get the children younger, then we will be able to help them sooner and therefore rule out some of the problems they reach later on. Tiffield School will provide 230 permanent places eventually for children, and they will be, a question I was asked today, so I just want to put this forward, we will be having the availability of actually the normal curriculum for an element of the children that are able to study that normal curriculum and go on to do GCSEs, etc. There will be 20 emergency places which we will hold back for challenging issues that we need to resolve quickly. It's actually in a really good place. It's on time and slightly under budget at the moment, which is always good news for the council. The frame is there, the building looks like a building now, And we know that our badgers have vacated the site because we've watched all of that and given them new homes. So we're now in the process of building. I'm sure this weather will have made a difference to the site. I went the week before all of this rain and it looked fine, but I'm sure it looks a bit more challenging now. New uniform. Currently, I have all schools that we sent children to from Southfields, well, no, we didn't send them, parents chose to go to from Southfields. The head teacher was informed of the procedure to collect the receipts, and then they deduct the money from the money that we would pay them. So that is all sorted. At the moment, I've only got one family that's contacted me, and they went to a different school. So they went to King Sutton, I think, and that has been resolved this morning. They have the money. So if you've got lots of children that haven't had their money, Councillor Sharps, I suggest that you send them to me so that we can deal with it. Because the plan is you take your receipt to the head teacher and she will give them the money. Hunsbury Park new nursery school. I'm afraid I don't have the exact number, Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage, but Hunsbury Park Nursery opened on the Monday after our cabinet meeting. So it's open, running, and everybody's very pleased and happy because we were able to work really quickly in order to make sure that that nursery was not closed. And I do have to say at this situation that I really pushed our staff to do out of action, not the normal council speed of work that we do for these things, where we go through things very quickly, very slowly, we do reports, etc., because otherwise I could see that nursery being closed till Christmas. So they all worked really, really hard to make sure that was only 2 weeks when the children weren't able to attain the nursery. I think that's all.
Thank you. I will now take questions for Councillor Fira.
Sorry, have I missed one? Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry, ask me again. I beg your pardon, Chairman. Can we have Councillor Roberts' questions again? Sorry, go ahead.
So, you'll take them offline? Okay, thank you. I will take questions of Councillor Phil Larratt. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. It's frustrating to see in your report that the Abington Active Travel Scheme is still only in development. We've had the plans published for ages and we still haven't had any work commencing. When will this work begin? You also mention a draft LCWIP for Northampton being published in late summer. We need to see this. And what plans will there be to link the disparate active travel areas in Abington and Delacrey so the schemes are in one linked route and we start to make it so that people can travel effectively around and across Northampton, not just within certain areas? And finally, since my earlier question wasn't quite answered by the leader, what do residents need to do to attract national events to their streets so that they can get their potholes repaired if they're not able to do in the normal way of things, representing themselves and with their councillors representing them?
Thank you. Could I just ask Councillor Sharps, are you raising a point of order? Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Could Councillor Baker email that answer to you offline? And if we could continue now with Councillor Bob Purser's question. Okay, Councillor Alan Chantler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Larratt, for your report. Concerning the chicane being developed on the road between Yelvertoft and Crick, I have two questions. First one, can you please tell me who is responsible for the design of that chicane? And secondly, are you able to tell me who is responsible for funding the reparation work that's having to be done because it wasn't done properly in the first place?
Thank you. I'm afraid I haven't got my screen to see who's next. Right, Councillor Dennis Meredith.
Thank you again, Chair. I always give credit where credit is due. I've always done that, even if they've been Conservative councillors. I just want to say, and I want Councillor Larratt to pass back my sentiments. He has had a lot of criticism over the roads, but I have to admit that I'm very pleased with what is happening with the highways. There's been lots and lots of work done on the roads, resurfacing, potholes and what have you, and especially the road which leads past coming up to the Guildhall. That's been done completely. Some of the roads have been done on Southfields. There's still a lot to do, but will he take back my sentiments to the Highways Department and say to them how pleased I am with the work that they are doing? There's more needs to be done, but at present it's well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Paul Clark. Councillor Meredith, can you switch your mic off?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Paul Clark.
No, it's Councillor Squires, actually.
I have Councillor Paul Clark.
I mean, we got Councillor Squires speaking. Councillor Larratt, the Tour of Britain was very successful in showcasing Northamptonshire. The commentators mentioned several times that Northamptonshire has some good racing roads. Our group was wondering just how much we had to spend to get our roads up to the standard for the race. Could he please let us know? The Chronicle Echo mentioned 100,000 for one road alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timms.
Thank you very much. I know tomorrow we'll be looking at Farvino bypass in a meeting, I presume. I would like to note and thank Phil Larratt, because I know the option on the table is to put a traffic light system in place. This is to alleviate the problem of jackknifing lorries and anything else that's the pinch point there. Now, the offer of the bypass is not there, is it? I mean, the chances of this government giving Farvino its bypass is not going to happen, or at least it's kicked down the road. But the thing is, I can't see any other option but from a safety case to stop this from happening is going to have to be a traffic light process. That might not be the where they want to go with it, but what other options are there? And that's to Phil Larratt. The other thing is, on the active travel scheme, we were looking at Banbury to Overthorpe with a path put in to link up with Banbury. Is that still on the active travel scheme? Because that is important with the children and everyone going into and out of work, whether they're walking or cycling from Middleton. So that's my question.
Thank you. Councillor Julie Davenport.
Oh, no, don't have to. Thank you, Chair. This new system has really messed it up for me today, because I had 3 parts to the question, and unfortunately, Phil is the last part, so I'll have to try and work with it. So we had some excellent news, obviously, that Far Cotton and Delapre did not flood. Amazing. So we're all really happy about that. There were works did take place in Delapre and in Far Cotton after the last floods, and that's really helped, especially in my area. So I'm very happy about that. The problem we do have is, and I think Dennis mentioned this earlier, it's not the weeds, it's the leaves. So you've got all these forest trees, and the streets that had the leaves did flood, not the houses, but the street Queen Eleanor Road that I keep going on about. So we do need more investment in streets that have a lot of leaves and weeds, so we have better cleansing of the streets. Because the guys that went out from highways to clear the flood did have to push out of the way all of the leaves. So that needs to be looked at, especially in Far Cotton Flood Zone 3. That is really important. And also litter, although we have got a litter picker. But I would like a sweeper in Far Cotton for those roads, because if we want to keep the trees, we've got to do the work.
Councillor Davenport, we are running out of time. I will take the last questions from Councillor Roberts and Councillor Sue Sharps, and then we'll have to close questions, and I will take a response from Councillor Larratt. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to place on record my thanks to the Out of Hours Highways team for the weekend work. They were speaking to me on Sunday morning, so thank you for that. Unfortunately, we've had an issue for a long time with Toaster Road and the repairs that are needed to the main road. We finally got some work done on the pavement some time ago, but the road still requires repair. Residents are now complaining to me about the noise from vehicles and the reverberations that their properties are experiencing. I have had a positive response from Highways that work is going to be done, but although it doesn't meet the actionable defect criteria, so it won't be prioritised work, and therefore what they will do is they will do the work next time they have the machinery in the area. When I queried what that meant and when that would be, because there is some work in Rotherthorpe Road in November, so they're not too far apart. I wonder whether that was close enough and what we could do. And they've unfortunately advised me that whilst they hope to complete the work before the end of the year, the maximum timescale could be September 2025. So I just wonder if we can have a better understanding of what the highway strategy is that gives me a timescale wait of just a couple of weeks or a couple of months versus 12. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps.
Thank you. Active travel is in this document, and I'm grateful to see Brackley named in it. You can't go far in Brackley without really needing to walk, although everybody decides to use a car because we don't have a great deal of parking. But ideally, walking in Brackley is the thing to do. Obviously, I'm going to say my pavements aren't very good now, but that comes later in my motion. But what we really need is active travel to do both, isn't it? To walk, to cycle, to scooter, to drive when necessary. But then I come to the buses. It's really good to see the buses on here and progress being made. So I'm happy to see that, because a lot of councillors have spent a lot of time and a lot of officers have spent a lot of time working on that. So yes, I'm grateful to see that here as well. And I will point out, as is pointed out in here, that the local transport plan is still open. So I ask everybody here who hasn't already done it to get every other councillor who is not here today and every resident to fill it in, because that's how we make good policy at this council. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Phil Larratt to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Firstly, Councillor Smith, work is imminently taking place at the junction at the top of Rushmere Road. And I think if you have a look round there, you will already see road markings where services are, etc., etc. And that work, as I say, is due to commence within a matter of weeks and be completed by Christmas. Phase 2, which is the area going round Abington Park and up to Abington Park and top of Abington Park Crescent, that is still in the planning stage. We're nearly there, and we hope to get that up and running as soon as we possibly can, following the opening of the first phase, which is primarily to improve walking conditions at that major junction. Linking it to linking the whole scheme together is vital. I think it's important that we look at linking a lot of cycleways in Northampton. I mean, as I keep saying, Panatone Park have developed a really good cycling infrastructure throughout their development, but it's not connected to Northampton. We need to look at those connections all around. So obviously the LC whip, which has yet to go out to consultation for Northampton, is in its draft form, and people will be able to have their say on walking and cycling in Northampton when that is discussed, open for consultation. With regard to attracting national sporting events, we delayed for many months, many months, as Councillor Stone is aware, the resurfacing of Derngate, because it would have been inappropriate to close Derngate at the same time that Bridge Street was closed. Yes, we had the cycle race. Yes, we knew that Derngate had been in a real bad state for a long time and had to be done before the race. So we did go back on what we were saying, but we did it overnight and at weekends. So we did do that, but it still came in at the cost of £100,000, which was what was expected. So it was all done, and it was done out of hours. With regard to Councillor Chandler and Crick, the design of the chicane was down to Kia. And yes, I'm fully aware that curbs were not put in where they should have been put in. I have been out and visited it. I think works were due to have started this week, but I did see something come out from Kia saying that due to the weather conditions, they've been delayed, but they are due to start fairly imminently. And funding, it's within the cost of the scheme as I understand it. If it's any different, I'll let you know. Councillor Meredith, thank you, Dennis. I think there is a lot of good work going on. You mentioned Derngate in particular, but yes, that's a long-standing scheme which at last we've got done. There's significant work being done on the Billing Road and other roads around the town, and I keep seeing every day, I keep getting notifications of road closures across West Northamptonshire where works are taking place. And I'll certainly take back your comments, but I do recognise, like you do, that there's still a lot to do and a lot to be done. Carl, I'm not sure how much we spent on other roads. I know we spent £100,000 on Derngate, which was part of last year's budget, and that's what was budgeted for. I haven't had a report yet as to what we've actually spent on other roads. Have discussed it with officers, and they are going to let me know. So, you know, yes, I think our highways team did a really good job in preparing the roads and making them safe and able to accommodate that wonderful tour that promoted West Northampton so successfully. So, yeah. Richard, the option for traffic lights remains on the table. I think you know, Richard, that the bypass option, you know, we've done the business case, we've invested a lot of money in the business case, more than perhaps we would. And it doesn't stack up. It simply does not stack up. Unless, you know, you want to build, you know, a fair few thousand houses, you're not going to get a bypass, and it's not going to happen. But you're absolutely right, Richard. The traffic light option is on the book. Now, you know, we will work with the community, we will work with the parish council. The parish council have made it clear that they don't support that option, and until they change their minds, we're not going to force it upon them. But it is an option, it is something that could happen, and could happen quickly if they wanted to. Banbury to Overthorpe, I thought we were working with Oxfordshire on that. I'm not quite sure where it's at, so I'll ask officers to find out where we are. But that's my understanding, that it was actually happening. Julie, thank you for your comments. Farcotton, I'm really pleased it didn't work, but as you're aware, we have invested a lot of time and effort to improve the situation down there. And I fully agree with the situation about leaves. I mean, when I was driving around and I looked particularly at Rushmere Road, Billing Road, where Kingsley Front, where all these trees are, there is an issue with leaves, and it's something I keep meaning to talk to my colleague about, because we've somehow got to coordinate better the cleaning up of the leaves after such dramatic rain events. Councillor Roberts, I'll pass on your thanks to the team. I'm fully aware of the issues in Toaster Road, the noise of the lorries in particular on that particularly bad surface around the bus stop and just below it. So I have been and had a look at it myself. It's something I've raised with Nick Henstock. He's actually dug out the map and has looked at it. So we know there is a problem. Yes, I understand it doesn't meet the criteria, but I will ask the question, when will somebody be there to do it? And I would have said if they're in Rotherstock Road, it's only around the corner, they could do it then. But I'll put that to them and see what happens. But yeah, and I can understand the noise that you would get, and that road in particular with the brewery and everything else, and particularly when they're brewing and they're transporting grain, those heavy lorries make a real loud noise and would certainly keep people awake at night. So yeah, I'll certainly take that one up and pursue it, but I do agree that it needs attention. Sue, thank you for your comments. The active travel has been consulted on, and there'll be a report coming out soon following that consultation. I think I've already said buses. We wanted to be further ahead than we are, but until we get the money, cash in the bank from Silverstone Park, we can't actually introduce the service. But as soon as we do, it's all ready to go. Everything's agreed. We've still got to register the service, though, which we can't do until we know an actual date when we're going to operate it from. And I fully agree. Local transport plan out to consultation, and I would urge everybody to pay a great deal of attention to that, because it sets out the strategy for transport within West Northamptonshire for a fair few years, and it's a vitally important document, and I would urge everybody to have their say.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now ask the Council to receive the reports from Cabinet members and the record of decisions from the Cabinet meetings held on the 9th of July and the 17th of September. Do I have the assent of the meeting? Thank you. We'll now go to item 8, large-scale photovoltaic installations. I will invite Councillor Rebecca Breeze to introduce the report and move the proposal. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This Council has made a commitment to its residents to explore every feasible course of action that will reduce our carbon footprint and make us a resilient and sustainable organisation for the long term. As part of that ambition, we have been looking at the benefits that our own solar energy projects can bring to achieving this aim. The solar scheme before you sets out how we can go about this. We can reduce our overall costs as a council and improve our environmental performance. To be clear, although the title of the report references large-scale photovoltaic installations, we are not proposing building the huge solar farms that make the news. We are proposing smaller projects, including installations on the roofs of existing buildings and car parks. Within the paper are details of the Council's energy usage across its estate. What has been established, and the reason why this paper is coming forward, is that it is clear that with investment there is potential for the Council to generate in its entirety its energy usage through this series of small projects. It could be that the Council funds all the investments from its own resources, or works with partners with whom we would share the financial benefits either on all or some of the sites. I'm asking today that Council approves the commitment of £1.272 million to move forward to the next stage of the assessment. This includes design, seeking electrical grid connections, seeking planning permission, assessing the practical and commercial issues of including battery energy storage systems, and developing a procurement strategy. Following this further stage, we may proceed with some or all of the schemes ourselves if the returns are right and the risk is low enough, select a private sector partner or partners to work with, sharing the investment and the return. If, at the end of this stage, the Council decided not to use its own capital, it would recover these costs from rental income from a third-party operator. Further issues to note that, wherever possible, we will be using the energy generated ourselves or providing it to partners. This keeps the benefits local and maximises the financial returns, including using the energy ourselves. Using the energy ourselves includes using it for EV charging stations. We will keep our eyes open on technical developments in the field to see where even better returns might be made. So, councillors, I believe it's worthwhile proceeding with this project to the next stage to help both the council's sustainability goals and financial needs so we can better serve our communities, and I propose that council accept the recommendations contained within this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Pinder Chauhan to second the proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to second this report.
Do you reserve your right to speak? No. Okay. I will now ask, are there any members of the council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Bob Purser, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we welcome this report. I'm very pleased to see that it's come before the council. I would encourage us to get the maximum benefit, financial benefit for this council. If we do our business case right, if we do our risk assessment right, and if our capital board does its job, then I think the financial benefit should come to this council and we shouldn't be sharing it with anyone else. So we're very pleased to see this report and we'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. The Liberal Democrats also welcome this report this evening and we will be supporting it. Clearly there are some financial benefits to be had and I'm sure Councillor Longley will be delighted with those. I know he's referred to those in the past. I also want to just make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that this will help with our goal to net zero for 2030, and with all of the discussion this evening about floods, must not lose sight of the fact that the climate is changing. It can't be debated whether it is or it isn't any longer. I'm glad to hear that you also referenced battery storage. That wasn't particularly in the document, I think, at Cabinet, but I'm glad to hear that that is now in there. I know that this is focused specifically on photovoltaics. I think we should also make sure that we don't close off other options and other renewables and include those into the mix. And could I ask also that this council considers the development of a local area energy plan? I don't know whether that is in the mix for work moving forward, but it is something I think that we should be thinking about, not just for this council, but for the area as a whole, to make sure that energy supply can be there for any future development within the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Julie Davenport.
Thank you, Chair. I obviously welcome this. Now, I am powered by solar. I've got it on my roof and it's costing me nothing for gas and electricity at the moment. So I'm all for it. It really works. However, I'm going to mention trees again. There are a lot of people that would like solar or have even got them, especially in sheltered housing. They've got solar panels, would help them to save money, but massive trees are overshadowing them. And with our tree maintenance programme, which is just basically take off the dead wood, it doesn't help. So, yes, I'm totally for this. It will work, it has for me, but what about those people with trees?
Thank you. With there being no other members wishing to speak, I will go back to Councillor Rebecca Breeze.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank councillors across the floor for their support. Councillor Purser, yes, I agree. We absolutely need to maximise the financial benefits to this council in whatever mix goes forward. But we do have to recognise that there may be a risk, and if it's expedient for this council to share that risk, that may be the case. Councillor Harris, yes, I take your point on board about this just being solar. And please rest assured that we are looking at other energy mixes as well as part of our programme. And Councillor Davenport, thank you for your support and also very cleverly weaving in your issue with trees, which I fully recognise. But trees are important in our environment and in our sustainability as well. Thank you. So, Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Breeze. I will now ask for a vote. Right. I think that's almost unanimous. I will now move to item 9, Children's Accommodation Strategic Business Case. I invite Councillor Fiona Baker to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is, everybody will agree, this is a really good news story. Myself and our officers have been working on this plan for some time, and I'm really pleased that at last it's come to some fruition. We want asking permission to approve a grant from our capital fund of £20 million to acquire accommodation for children and young people in care. It's currently largely provided by the public sector, as is the case nationally. This can result in less suitable location and type of accommodation for our West Northamptonshire children, and is typically far more expensive than care provided in-house. The children's home market is recognised nationally as needing intervention. The Council has therefore been working with NCT and NNC on options for providing more accommodation in property owned by the councils. An initial set of proposals has been prepared for homes in West Northamptonshire. These are largely likely to be new builds, but may also include purchase conversions. I just want to pause to go back on to Councillor Beardsworth's comments, which I believe she did make at our Cabinet meeting, that there is a plan already in place and we've already got 2 or 3 children's homes in our own control in West Northants Council. And at that time, I did consult with the ward members at the time before the planning application went in, and was open for them to ask as many questions as they needed. I know Councillor Strachan was one of those people. So we fully expect to inform all ward councillors when there is one of these applications coming forward and consult with them so that they know exactly what's happening. So I think I would just like to ask you not only to approve this report, but also to really get behind the fact that we need good homes for our children that we are corporate parents for, and really not to assume that all of them are going to just be troublemakers, because the large percentage of them are not. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baker. I will now invite Councillor Nick Sturgis-Alex to second the proposal. Could I ask who's going to second the proposal? Councillor Matt Golby.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very pleased to second this paper to Council for all the reasons that Councillor Baker outlined. And I just want to commend the drive from Councillor Baker to make sure we're bringing these schemes forward. And I look forward to us bringing more forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Sam Rumans.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just want to welcome this because, and I'm sure other members have had similar cases where private entities have been applying for running children's homes, and though in principle I wouldn't object to the idea of having them, there are obviously big issues in the fact that the council doesn't get prior notification, residents don't get to have a proper say over it other than on planning rules, and therefore this opportunity now to have a much more proactive approach to placing these properties in a way that can be acceptable to residents, good value for the council, help to get more children in higher quality care. I think all round this should be a much better approach moving forward than what we've seen across the piece, I think, previously, because there's been all sorts of issues on how the process has worked before. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also welcome the report, and I agree with Councillor Rumans with regards to the private sector, which I think is what Councillor Baker meant when she was reading out a report. The way in which some of those houses are opened and run, and the way in which the children are treated, and the way in which residents are treated. I am a little bit concerned, though, that it's who will shout the loudest will determine where these houses will go. And I know you've referenced before, Councillor Baker, that we can't put children on a terraced street. Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I grew up in terraced houses. You know, lots of people live in terraced streets, so we can't rule those out. We've got to make sure the surroundings are appropriate and the properties are suitable. So let's keep an open mind on all of this. I also can't see, the scrutiny point in the report says none, so I can't see where this comes back for checks and balances. So if we're buying these properties and we're reviewing the scheme, where do we do that and how does that work? And I appreciate you might get a briefing on that, Fiona, but I think that as a council, we should be testing this. We should be seeing how this works. So I'd like to see this either come to children's scrutiny, and I know I can place a request that they scrutinise it, and I will do that if I need to, but I think that we can just get a place that this comes back to scrutiny, or it comes back to this council with an update on where we're at, because I think all of us would feel much better if we keep a good, clear check and balance over this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. The Lib Dems also welcome this report. I do think it's important to keep re-emphasising it shouldn't just be councillors, it must also be the community in terms of engagement, and as early as possible. Locations will be so key on all of these proposals. There was a point made at the Cabinet meeting, which in fact Councillor McCord made first and various others repeated, about the constitution change, just to make sure that that is specifically referenced to this project and not putting a large spend on everything. I think that's important just to make that point. It sort of links to the scrutiny issue also. This clearly will hopefully provide better outcomes for children and for the council itself. I do find it quite interesting that we hear a lot of complaints about the extortionate cost of the private sector. We all agree with that. But I think it's important that we don't forget that that's come about because there was a gap in the market. It's not happened by accident. It's been filled due to years of political policy and decision-making, both nationally and locally. So I think, yes, let's recognise the costs, but let's realise who caused them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. It's good to hear that this report's being welcomed across the chamber tonight, and I take on board the comments about consultation that Councillor Beardsworth raised earlier and that others have raised during this debate. That consultation, of course, needs to be proportionate. I wouldn't want to be unnecessarily scaremongering or putting the frighteners on communities where these homes are to be placed, because we need to be clear that these are small-scale domestic dwellings where we're putting effectively family units into these homes, albeit family units with children with higher needs. So I'm sure with the level of ability that we have in our council departments, we can put together an information leaflet or a brief explainer that we can put out to local areas should there be concerns raised during the planning of these facilities. But this really is a vital piece of work, because without this sort of investment, without this sort of transformation, the Children's Trust isn't going to realise the savings that it needs in the longer term. And I just wanted to clarify to members just why this is coming slightly later than many would have expected. We needed to get to a point with the Children's Trust and with our colleagues in the North whereby the investment resulted in a direct saving for this council. Whilst we would have loved to have invested in this sort of facility out of the goodness of our hearts and for the greater good, we obviously have fiscal responsibilities. We need to provide best value to the taxpayer in West Northamptonshire, and until we got those agreements in place, we couldn't justify this investment. But Councillor Roberts raises the point around regular updates. The monitoring of this scheme will go through the Capital and Assets Board, so that's one system of scrutiny, but I've certainly no objections to children's scrutiny or reports to Cabinet or Council happening as we start getting children into homes.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I spoke on this one in Cabinet, and I'm not going to repeat everything that I said there, but many people in this chamber certainly know that I have said on numerous occasions, if you wish to fix anything, you've got to fix care. Well, if we can begin to fix care in as much as the overspends that the children's care in particular have been in large part due to what they're having to pay out extortionate amounts on placements. And this capacity should be a small step in fixing care. I don't necessarily buy everything the leader has to say about not doing it any sooner. I do think it should have been done much sooner, much faster in the first 6 months of this council rather than its last. And I also wish to pick up on the point from Jonathan around the change to the Constitution. Now, there's a line in this recommendation that says, and change the Constitution accordingly. There isn't actually a constitutional amendment that I can see. Can someone tell me exactly what change to the Constitution we're being asked to put through?
Thank you. I will now ask Councillor Fiona Baker to respond.
I have no answer to your constitution question, Ian, so I will consult with our legal team to see what that means. I have no knowledge of that, really. So,
yes, if you have a point of order. Okay, thank you. If it's a constitution question, they'd like clarity of it before. Could you just bear with us a few minutes and the monitoring officer will check?
So that's to amend the scheme of delegation to give the Assistant Director the relevant powers which are in the previous listed recommendation.
Madam Chairman, is that on this project only or in general?
No, limited specifically to this pot of money for this purpose. So this pot of money will be limited to this purpose. He will have the power to make decisions in relation to that and that only. But it will, as it always is, be in consultation with the Cabinet member.
Thank you. If I go back to Councillor Fiona Baker.
I've nothing further to say than other to ask council members to approve the report. Thank you, Chairman.
If we go to the vote. Report passed. If we now go to item 10 on the agenda, Local Authority Housing Fund Round 3, I invite Councillor Rosie Herring to introduce the report and move the proposal. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. This council previously benefited from government funding in the Local Authority Housing Funds Rounds 1 and 2, and our housing team successfully delivered from those rounds of funding 40 additional houses for temporary accommodation. As a result of that success, the council is now eligible for Local Authority Housing Fund Round 3 to the tune of £4,0894,089,000. And it is proposed that that is match funded by the council to the tune of £5,488,000, which will supply 33 additional units for temporary accommodation. The funding will come from an increase in the Housing Revenue Account Capital Programme. If approved, the Council will enter into a Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. The paper details the breakdown of properties to be acquired over the next 2 years, which see 25 new temporary accommodation units and 8 units for resettlement programmes, but ultimately will remain part of our estate, which gives 33 in total. This then will significantly reduce the cost of the currently expensive temporary accommodation. And I recommend the paper to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Peter Matton to second the proposal.
Thank you. I'm happy to second the proposal and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members that wish to comment on the Councillor Bob Purser?
Yes, Chair, this is a very welcome paper, as I said, at Cabinet. My only concern is that we sell houses through right to buy at a discounted price and we buy them back at full market price. This seems to be daft. I very much hope that our Labour government will sort that out because it is a bit of a nonsense. But we welcome this proposal and let's get on with it.
Thank you. Councillor Carl Squires.
Thank you, Chair. Just from our group, we welcome the report and thank you very much. Happy to support it. The only question I've got is what assurances can the Council give that we'll actually meet the targets in the report? Because our previous experience in other areas of housing purchase haven't been so good.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Pleased with this. It is good news. We will be supporting it. But a plea, really, basically, that when we put people in temporary accommodation, we make sure that they're not disruptive to the residents around them. We've heard from Councillor Strachan tonight, and I've had similar cases where I've heard that people have been put in temporary accommodation and actually destroyed the premises they've been on, thrown stuff in the garden, left an awful mess. And yet then they were moved out and put into a permanent home. We've got to get some control over people who destroy our property and make them aware that they can't do this.
Thank you. Councillor Dennis Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. I've had people contacting me, residents and the press have been contacting me, barging me, asking, because they've heard, and I'd like to ask if you can squash this rumour that the houses are going into the eastern side of the town, especially around Western Favor and around that area. So if that is the case, can you confirm that these properties will be built in round the Western Favor?
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The only concern that I have is I've recently had a resident contact me this week on a property that we own that is used for temporary accommodation. She said there's been nobody in there for a few weeks. It's pouring with rain and the windows were left wide open. I did send an email in to ask, you know, how we monitor this, and is there somebody at the time that the people move out, which I assume that they've got a permanent residence, whether there is somebody there to actually check that property at that time and also to hand over the keys. This neighbour said that this property is frequently left empty. So, you know, that is a concern of mine. Just make sure somebody's in there checking that property for damage and it is, you know, they leave it as they find it and the keys are handed over. Thank you.
Thank you. With no other members waiting to ask questions, I'll go back to Councillor Peter Matton. Do you wish to
Nothing
speak?
more to add. I'd just recommend for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I will therefore go back to Councillor Rosie Herring.
Thank you. The question was made as to meeting our target, and I think we are comfortable that in fact, through the LAF funding of round 1 and 2, the Housing Department actually over-delivered, and so that was very successful, and I have no doubt that they'll be able to be as successful with this round as well. And it will be also in part, they've already started looking for properties, and some of it will be from new build from developers. going back to Western Favel, I have no reason to believe they're going to be particularly in Western Favel. They will be looking for properties, you know, in the whole area. So we'll come back to that. Antisocial behaviour, Sally, is a problem everywhere, but they are under a tenancy agreement. So if they do trash the place, then they lose the right to be housed. But I don't know. I think we need to look into more in about the antisocial behaviour. And Councillor Randall, I don't know anything about if you want to give me details of that particular property, but it does come down to management, and we need to check up on that. So thank you. But I still believe this is a good news story for the council, and I do hope it can be supported, and I recommend it to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now ask members to vote. Thank you. The paper's passed. Now go to item 11, changes to political balance and committee places. I will invite Councillor Mike Hallam to introduce the report.
Thank you. A very simple one, this. The political balance calculation is defined by regulation. The team have worked it out, and the updated report is in front of you tonight. Happy to propose.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Adam Brown to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Second the proposal and reserve my right to speak.
Are there any members who wish to ask any questions of this report? There being no questions, I will go back to Councillor Mike Hallam.
Move to the vote, please.
If we move to the vote. That's passed. If we go to item 12 on the agenda, West Northamptonshire Community Governance Review, update and final proposals. I will invite Councillor Daniel Cribbin to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. You have the report before you. I'd like to firstly say a great thanks to Paul Hanson, Head of Democratic and Elections, who has pulled this report together and done all the hard work throughout the whole Community Governance Review. I know he spends a lot of time doing this, so thank you very much, Paul. I'd also like to thank all members as well that have had some input into this, and also the members of the public that have had an input into this. I know we've had a lot of debate at our democratic meetings. We've had a lot of people come in and tell us what they did and didn't want, and you've got a report before you tonight which has looked at all the suggestions that were being put forward and all the comments from councillors and from the public. So I think we've had a very good debate over what's going to be proposed before you tonight. The recommendations, I'll take it as read that you've actually read all the reports here, and that any members that have wanted to make any changes have already presented themselves to the Democracy and Standards Committee. The recommendations that you've got a list there at 1.2 of the report that tells you which parishes are going to be affected, and then a paragraph or 2 of the report is the recommendations. So what I would like to say really is, please can we agree the report before us, and I'd like to propose that to Council tonight.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Nigel Hinch to second the proposal. No. Where's Nigel? Mike.
Got it. I'm pleased to second this report, and I would also echo my thanks to the officers, councillors, members of the public who contributed to the overall process, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Keith Holland Dalmia.
I welcome the fact that Northampton Town Council remains unchanged
and welcome the cross-party support at Northampton Town Council to ensure we didn't have any changes. It's good that the people's voices have been heard very clearly, and we do recognise the amount of time that Paul has had to go through for this hard process. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It seems that there was strong opposition to some of these suggestions, and I think, you know, it would have made a significant impact on the amount that people would have been paying on their council tax bills. To move residents from Moulton Leys into Moulton Village, I mean, seemed to make no sense to the residents whatsoever. The same with Abington Vale and Weston Favell. It caused significant upset and worry with these residents that they would have seen their council tax go from something like £50 a year to nearly £200 a year. So, you know, it really, I don't understand where that suggestion come from, where the idea come from, when so many residents were against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In terms of where the suggestion came from, there was sufficient interest within both of those areas to justify being part of the community governance review. And then, as per the legislation and the guidance, we set about in consulting with residents, listening to their views, and I was privileged enough to be able to attend a public meeting in Weston Favell where it didn't take too long to discern the views of the room and see which way public opinion was heading. So, you know, but I think it's important that we do give people the opportunity to determine which parish they want to be a part of, especially in, you know, a rapidly changing world of local government as we've experienced in West Northamptonshire in recent years. I think with this exercise we've probably reached a period of you know, relative calm for the foreseeable future, and I look forward to all parishes getting down to their very good work that they do on behalf of their residents.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Switched yourself off, Sally.
I'll take Councillor Phil Larratt next. If Councillor Sally Beardsworth would like to press the mic again, thank you. Councillor Phil Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a very brief comment as the ward councillor for Hardingstone, and I refer to paragraph 5.6.83, where it talks about the question of warding Hardingstone Parish, and I see that that's recommended for consideration at the next community governance review, and I would simply ask that we don't lose sight of that, and that does in actual fact come forward and is considered again at the next review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift.
Yes, thank you so much. I would like also to thank Paul Anson, who on top of doing that hard work did explain to all councillors 1 December, just before Christmas this year, in half an hour, he explains the process. And I am very pleased because in my ward, the villager of Cottersbrook would be delighted to remain as a village. So thank you so much, Paul, for your hard work. And now you know very well my ward, who is with Councillor now, Jonathan Harris. We are very proud of the interest that all the village have in this change of the voting or of the change that you propose. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's somewhat interesting that we started the night with requests that if the council was going to consult, that it then takes a meaningful recognition of those consultations and acts accordingly. And it would appear that in this one you have the very model of exactly what it is people were wanting, and instead of confusing, well, what's the point of consulting, as in actually what they really meant was, well, the council didn't agree with me. But in this instance, and I've heard other members have mentioned things within their own wards or their own areas, and I welcome also the fact that there was a daft proposal to merge the Whittlebury and Silverstone parishes together. I see Dermot is agreeing with me on that. You know, just because they happen to be sharing some of the issues, benefits and challenges that the circuit brings up on the racecourse. Well, there was 9 people, I think, put it forward at stage 1. And at stage 2, I think that was then 120-something said this is a daft idea, and the 9 were still 9. It may be reasonable to surmise from that the original 9 couldn't manage to persuade another single person of the sensibleness of their proposal. But nonetheless, I welcome that. But it does actually show, and these matters can unleash some deep passions, and it looks like everybody has got through this process relatively unscathed, and I thank Daniel and the officers and everybody for that. I'm well aware. I do recall moving the Toaster racecourse into the parish of Toaster at SNC days, and it did cause quite a stir. A lot more of a hassle than you might have thought such a radical proposal would have done, but it certainly did. So I thank you all, and I certainly very much welcome the fact, and I'm sure, and I know the residents of Whittlebury, I will leave the members for Silverstone to speak for themselves, that have certainly mentioned on the Facebook
Councillor
pages
McCord,
are
can I
happy
ask
to.
you to sum up, please? Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
I won't touch anything this time, Chair. I'll leave it alone. It's old habits die hard. But I was going to actually, Councillor McCord's actually stole my thunder. I was going to say, at least with this consultation, people did listen and common sense prevailed. And in politics, it's the old saying, you can please some of the people some of the time, but not all the people all the time. But I think we've been fairly successful in this. And I really, really want to thank Paul Hanson, because it was a tremendous amount of work. I didn't realise how much work was involved until he showed us, and you know, and to actually come out of it unscathed for a council is remarkable. So many thanks to him for the work he did.
Thank you. With there being no other questions, I will go back to Councillor Hinch, who reserved his right to speak.
I've nothing further to add, thanks, Chair.
Thank you. If we go back to Councillor Daniel Cribbin to...
Thank you, Chair. I take on board everybody's comments that they've said, and yeah, it has been a long process, and as I say, consultation has been good in this instance, I think. And to go back to what Councillor Randall said about some daft ideas, I mean, we open up options to people, and we ask them to put their views back across to us. And I think one of the reasons why I think the Moulton Lees proposal came forward was because the Local Government Boundary Commission had decided to make that change. So I don't know the reasons why we decided to put that in, but that's probably one of the reasons why it was wanting to be consulted on, to see whether or not that was something the local people wanted or not. And so you've seen democracy in action here. The local people said they didn't want it, and we haven't done it. So it's a good piece of consultation, I think, and I accept the thanks from across the chamber this evening. I'd like to then propose that we accept the report before us, and let's move to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Griffin. We will now go to the vote. Thank you. That paper is passed. We'll now go to item 13, Director of Legal and Democratic and Monitoring Officer. I invite Councillor Mike Hallam to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Yes, thank you. The report is about 2 current posts, the Director of Legal Services and the Deputy Director, and what we're proposing moving forward. When the Deputy Director joined us, one of the key projects she was tasked with was bringing legal services back in-house. That obviously came back in nearly 12 months ago now, and has obviously been bedded in really well. And I think it's deemed by all to be a very well-run project. It was also obviously a very time-consuming project, and now we're in a business-as-usual state. It still gives us an opportunity to look at these 2 posts moving forward. So Kath leaves with our thanks, our very best wishes, should we move this through. And we obviously wish her well in all of her future endeavours. And obviously, Sarah, we look forward to continue to work with you in your new post. Happy to propose.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Adam Brown to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I noticed that Kath has recused herself from the debate as a true and consistent monitoring officer would, so well done to her. But I just wanted to commend her on her service, and she might watch this video back, she might not, but she's been a really great servant of West Northamptonshire Council. The monitoring officer, head of legal services, is a very difficult role, it's a challenging role, and she's come across a number of sizable challenges during her 3 years with this organisation. So I want to thank her wholeheartedly for that and wish her the very best of luck in the future.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this report from other members? Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd also like to express my thanks to Kath Whitehead for all her support as chair of the organisation, that she basically supported me all the way through the council. And I have to say that there are many other areas that, quite clearly, we don't know the in-tray that she has been receiving of quite substantive nature over the last 3 years. So I'd like to extend a thanks to her as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank Catherine Whitehead too for her commitment to the Council and wish her all the very best for anything she chooses to do in the future. Could I just ask, when Sarah Hall takes up the Monitoring Office role, who will undertake her existing work of Deputy Director of Law and Governance, and also to whom will Democratic Services now report to? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Stone.
Thank you. I'm sure everybody would want to wish Catherine Whitehead all good wishes for her next steps in life and thank her for the role that she's played here. Could I just ask how much the voluntary redundancy will be costing?
Are there any other questions? I'll go back to Councillor Adam Brown, who reserved... Did you reserve your right? No, you didn't. I will go back to Mike Hallam.
Thank you. Obviously, in terms of voluntary redundancy payments, we can share that offline. I don't think it's appropriate to share it in this forum, but Councillor Longley has that information and obviously can share it. In terms of the existing work, as I outlined, the Deputy Director was assigned with a lot of existing work around the time-consuming project of bringing legal services in-house. So that's where that time, freedom of time comes from, is not having that project. Reporting lines, the reporting lines moving forward are actually detailed in the report. Happy and suggest we move to the vote.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote. Thank you. That paper's passed. We will now go to item 14, Northampton Town Centre Strategic Regeneration Acquisition. This item is going to be dealt with after the motions, as it is on pink papers. So if we go to the motions.
Madam Chairman, there's only one bit of it on pink paper, and you can deal with it in open session as long as people don't mention anything that's in the pink paper.
Chairman, you could ask if any member wishes to speak on the private item. If they don't, we could hear it now.
Okay. Is there any member that wishes to speak on the private item? If not, we can hear it now, but if there is, we will have to defer it till after the motions. There'll be no questions on the private... There are. There are, so we will have to move it to the end. Okay, if we go to item 15, motions. Motion 1, proposed by Councillor Jonathan Harris, re Waspy. I will invite Councillor Harris to move the motion. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, as you will have heard from our Speaker, Miss Jones, early this evening, I would like to thank her and her 2 colleagues for coming along. In the 1995 Pensions Act, the then Conservative government increased state pension age for women from 60 to 65, which subsequently increased again to 66 in the 2011 Pensions Act. The change was not properly communicated to 3.8 million women born in the 1950s until 2012. Giving some women only 1 year's notice of a 6-year increase in their anticipated retirement age. An estimated 22,730 of the affected women are in the West Northamptonshire Council area. In March, the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman ruled that the government has a responsibility to address the injustices faced by these women. It also highlighted failures in the communication of the government and policymakers alike in ensuring that people were not only aware of the changes, but understood exactly what it meant for them. The PHSO concluded that the DWP should apologise to women affected and pay compensation as a result. The DWP has refused to accept the findings of the PHSO, which has now led the independent watchdog to lay its findings before Parliament, encouraging MPs to intervene to deliver a remedy to affected women. The All-Party Parliamentary Group on State Pension Inequality for Women has concluded that the impact of DWP maladministration on 1950s-born women has been as devastating as it is widespread. The APPG believes that the case for Category 6 injustice is overwhelming and clear. Women have had their emotional, physical and mental circumstances totally obliterated by a lack of reasonable notice. On top of the personal impacts for women, there will inevitably be societal and local authority financial impacts. For example, women who perhaps could have looked after older relatives or partners may be unable to afford to do so, with a knock-on impact on local social care. Women who would have retired and engaged in caring responsibilities, perhaps for grandchildren, are having to continue working, increasing the childcare burden on the state locally. Women who have been left in poverty are struggling to meet their housing costs, with a knock-on impact on local housing stock. There is a broader impact, perhaps, on voluntary services of all kinds locally, which are missing out on able, active volunteers who would otherwise have been able to retire from full-time work as originally planned. Potentially, our local economy is negatively affected by the reduced spending power and disposable income. This council has few formal powers relating to this matter. However, we can register our desire for a resolution, and we must urge our representatives to press for a full and frank debate on this issue. I would urge councillors to please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Sally Beardsworth to second the motion.
Okay. Chair, I second this motion and reserve my right to speak.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members who wish to comment? Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that the Liberal Democrat group know that I'm no fan of this council being asked to write to other people in Westminster. However, I think in light of the ruling by the PHSO and the reasonable points made under council supports regarding the needs of WASPI women and their ongoing hardship in many cases on this occasion, our group will be supportive of this motion. We recognise that there are tens of thousands of WASPI women across West Northamptonshire. I think we could possibly have raised the issue just as effectively via a slightly different worded motion here in the chamber this evening, but I wasn't going. We couldn't find a suitable amendment to boil it down to that. So happy to throw my support a bit behind this, and even if it means a touch of homework further down the line.
Thank you, Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank the Lib Dems for bringing this motion today. WASPI have been a national scandal, and they definitely deserve justice. I'd like to bring to the attention of what is being done now and assure this council that the government is carefully considering what steps to take regarding the Ombudsman's recommendation. Our MPs are engaging with representatives of the women affected, which I'll add is more than the last government did, and hopefully a solution can be found soon, whilst representing the difficult financial position the country is in now. And if any affected women have any issues or concerns, they have assured us that they are more than happy to hear them. Lessons have to be learned, and will be learned from WASPI. And I'm pleased to say the government has guaranteed that any possible future changes to the state pension age will be provided in a targeted and timely way. So my group is very happy to support this motion, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Hinch. Could you switch your mic off, Councillor Randall? I will come back to Councillor Hinch. Anna King.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion as well. So it's gone really loud all of a sudden. I'll be supporting the motion. My mum has been massively affected by it. Not only was she's part of the WASPI age group, but she also lost her eyesight as well. So she's had double problems that have happened, and now she'll be losing her winter fuel payment as well. But good news with the motion, and thank you, Lib Dems. We should be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Nigel Hinch.
Yes, thank you, and I certainly thank Mary Jones for coming along this evening to make the point on behalf of WASPI. I intend to vote in favour of this Lib Dem motion, and I would encourage everybody in this chamber tonight to do the same. 24,000 women in our area are impacted by this maladministration by DWP, and like other members, my wife is one of them. Many of the women affected, as Jonathan Harris alluded to, provide care and support, be it for grandchildren, be it for partners, be it for parents, and these people are still having to go out and work, and it's not right. The impact on WNC could be quite dramatic, that adult social care budgets could come under further pressure if people are living in poverty, struggling to buy food, heat their homes, buy clothes, and so on. The WASPI women deserve the recognition, reparation and reconciliation, as well as an apology. This is clearly of a proportion equal to the post office and blood scandal. Although this is a national issue, it doesn't mean that locally the Conservatives on WNC don't feel absolute compassion for those who we know or those we don't know, who in some cases have struggled with poverty and challenges that this has caused. I would say to anyone that you must check that they're getting all of the benefits that they're eligible for, such as the council tax credit relief and the like, and do check out on the website and speak to the customer contact centre to make sure that they're getting it. We're profoundly saddened by the hardship endured by many of the women in our unitary area.
Can I ask you to sum up now, Councillor Hinch, please?
I've finished, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps.
Yeah, I will be supporting this, and I'm glad that it's come forward. I'm sad that it didn't come forward before. I'm sure that the members on the opposition could have done so themselves, and they wouldn't have to be so sad now. Thank you.
Thank you. I will go back to Councillor Bidsworth, who reserved her right to speak.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I will be brief because a lot of what the sentiments have been spread tonight, I totally agree with. And this is why we brought the motion, why Jonathan and I brought the motion. I think it's very important to remember that a lot of women are nurses, care workers, people who have physical jobs, work from when they're 15 years old, and now have had to do another 6 years. It has a huge impact on their lives. Having talked to them and listened to Mary tonight, who gave a very good account of it all, I think we really have to do what we can as an authority to assist their plight. So thank you very much for all the support you've given us.
Thank you. I now invite Councillor John Harris to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to thank councillors for all of their supportive comments. A touch of homework for the council leader, I'm sure, is a small price to pay. If he wants any help writing the letters, he knows where I am. I hope that the ladies that came this evening are back at home watching on YouTube. They assured me that they would be, and I hope that they recognise that this council stands united with them on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now go to the vote. I declare the motion carried. Motion 2. I will invite Councillor Sue Sharps to move the motion. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I am simply going to ask you to accept this motion. It is that each and every member here will be suffering with pavements. I am asking you for 25% of the 10 million that of additional investment in highways for improving pavements. To walk on a pavement in West Northamptonshire can be a dicey thing, but also it's a pleasurable thing. We get out, we improve our mental health, we improve our health. All of these are policies that we hold in WNC. We want our residents out and about healthy. They're part of our plan to get people healthy. But if you go on one of our pavements, it could be the exact opposite. So what I'm asking is simple. Pay into our pavements, pay into our residents, and help our infrastructure. We need pavements that work. We need mobility scooters that can whiz across a pavement easily, not go up and down like they're on the Kentucky Derby. It isn't a laughing matter, but I can give so many images of those scooters not being able to go in a straight line, of people falling on my high street, hurting themselves, of people not being happy enough to go outside, to walk to work, to walk to school. I have a road in my town, like so many others, where it's not safe to walk to school. And there are multiple schools on that road. I can't be the only one. I'm simply asking for a reasonable amount of the money to be included, and that's 25% of the 10 million. Now, thank you. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it to other councillors to equally ask for more.
Thank you. I will invite Councillor Beardsworth to second the motion. Thank you. I will now go to members' questions. Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is really good, and I'm glad that it's been put to the council, and I hope that this will be accepted. The pavements are really, if you go around some parts of Northampton, especially around the Wellingborough Road and the existing roads around there, are in a very poor state. They seem to get cracked here, there and everywhere, and I would suggest that the cracked pavements are taken up and put tarmac in their place, which would make it much better for walking. I've also, elderly people have contacted me to say that they've slipped over on pavements in which are cracked. So I advise them, if they're getting on in years, is to have a walking stick, because they feel so much safer walking on a walking stick than on the pavements in Northampton, because they are really terrible condition. And I think really, I don't know what the Conservatives are going to do about this, and I don't think there's any harm to accept this motion, because I'm sure that the residents of Northampton would be absolutely delighted if this was passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alan Chantler. Could you switch your mic off, Councillor Meredith?
Yeah,
please. We will come back to Councillor Chantler. Councillor Janice Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. I too am very happy to support this motion from Councillor Sharps. Footpaths are the forgotten part of the highways maintenance. It's really worth remembering that walking is the healthiest, cheapest, most reliable and most popular form of active travel. With so many people taking cars for short journeys because walking is so hazardous. Here in Northampton, we have residents who are more willing to walk a 30-minute round trip, and that's no exaggeration, for some milk instead of popping to the local shop because of the surface of the pavements is smoother and less hazardous. In Talavera, the pavements look more like a rockery because tree roots are forcing up the paving slabs, forcing people to walk in the road, and I've campaigned for many years about this, and risking collision with bikes or cars. This should not be happening. An investment like this in our footpaths alongside our roads is very much needed, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you. This is an excellent motion, and frankly, it's a no-brainer. A 25% contribution from the additional highway investment towards improving our pavements is a small price to pay, given the price paid by residents who feel unable to walk because the pavements are unsafe, and the additional costs. Let me remind you, physical inactivity costs the NHS £1 billion per annum, with further indirect costs calculated at £8.2 billion. 20% of exercise per day cuts the risk of developing depression by 31% and increases productivity of workers. Mode shift to active transport is one of the most cost-effective ways of reducing transport emissions. So improving the condition of pavements and footpaths would have multiple benefits to our residents, boost our journey to net zero, and tick multiple corporate objectives. Please support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timms.
Yes, I agree with this motion. Thank you, Sue, for bringing this forward. The one thing I will say is public footpaths in respecting the countryside. The one thing I do know is unregistered footpaths. We need to try and get local community to get them registered rather than keep them unregistered, because when you get building proposals put on there, they die. 2 cases in Middleton Cheney, my village. I know these are isolated cases, but it will go through to every other village. One of them was Carpenter's Lane, which was decades ago. That was lost because no one put it forward as a footpath. And you've also got another footpath in my village of Middleton Cheney, which is by the old Baptist church, which is now the developer has closed off, which is why I've got a petition from the residents to give the Democratic officer after the meeting, but I do know they've already put an electronic copy through already. But yes, I would like to see the council actually promote parish councils and town councils to get all the unregistered footpaths to be registered through highways, if that's the appropriate form of going through that, to be done. And also look at resurfacing the paths, because I do agree some of them are looking a bit ropey and do need doing, especially if you're a bit weary on your legs, you will trip over. So yes, so although we're concentrating on resurfacing the roads, we must look at the footpaths as well, because these people are travelling to work as well as school. It's not just leisurely travel. And I'll also emphasise the point between Overthorpe and Banbury again, because that does need a footpath. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alan Chantler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is not just an urban problem. You've got to remember that some of the pavements in some of the villages never receive any attention. I invited one of the highway engineering team to come to Yelvertoft and walk the pavements. And he did that, and he said, yeah, well, they're not in pristine condition, but they're okay. So I just said to him, try it in a wheelchair. Unless you've done it, you have no idea how much an uneven pavement makes travelling in a wheelchair very, very difficult, to the extent that you give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will support what Sue is attempting to do. When the £10 million additional money was put through, the motion did say there would be a pavement it listed, there were 5 or 6 bullet points, and a pavement programme was included amongst the various outlining of the works. So if, as I suspect is going to happen, that the administration will defeat this, when they attempt to justify that, will they then tell us what proportion of that money will form the bullet point that Council did actually pass? Because all Sue is attempting to do is to say, you've said you're going to do it, now make it 2 million at least. So I agree with that. I think Alan speaks very well about wheelchair users, and he has his own experiences. And just as a pedestrian, you can see that. There's nothing, I think, in Sue's motion that's confining this to urban areas. It's all of them. But I do recognise, before we can fix footpaths or roads, we have to fix care. It's still the same problem that we're left with the crumbs on the table whenever 65 pence and every pound spent with this council is on care. And until that problem is fixed by any government of any colour, we will always be having these battles, and we must sort that out. So, forgive me for banging on about it, but it's only through repetition that we may actually get somewhere with it. So, I will support this, but I'm not hopeful, Sue, that you're going to get your way.
Thank you, Councillor Phil Larratt.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And can I first of all say to Councillor Alan Chantler, with my disabilities, I'm fully aware of all the issues faced by wheelchair users, as somebody who has used a wheelchair in the past, before I had a prosthetic leg, and I still use one every now and again when I can't use my prosthetic leg. So I'm fully aware of the challenges of our footpaths for wheelchair users, and also for people walking with disabilities. I think, as I say, I fully understand the issues. I understand the need for the health benefits of working and active travel, etc. And footpaths are important and are an integral part of our highway network. At Cabinet, I did say, and I think Councillor McCord has picked up on this, that the additional capital funding will enable us to use this investment to expand the service dressing programme, micro asphalt programme, increased road resurfacing programme, a footway surfacing programme. And this funding will also support a limited number of bridge maintenance projects and address drainage issues throughout West Northants. I think when you read the press release that went out as well, while I did not quote, I'm not quoted as referring to footways, the press release itself says the extra funding will allow WNC and its highways partner Kia to extend surface dressing programme for roads and paths across West Northamptonshire. So, the programme is still being worked up, and Councillor Beardsworth have had some work, not recently, a year or two ago, I think, in Knights Lane in Kingsthorpe.
Can I ask you to sum up, please,
I think we did a
Councillor
good
Larratt?
job. But I'm just going to say, Madam Chairman, we won't be supporting this motion. The £10 million is there. We're doing a lot. We need to keep up momentum. We need to get on and do it. But it does include footways, and the programme will be issued in the very near future.
Thank you. I will go back to Councillor Sally Beardsworth, who reserved a right to speak.
Thank you, thank you. Let me tell you, I'm not surprised. I really am not surprised. On the Highway Code, it says, who comes first? It's the resident. It's the person, the pedestrian. It comes first. Not the motorist, it's the pedestrian. And for years, I've nursed people who've fallen. And when they fall on these pavements, they not only injure themselves, which costs the national health money, they become frightened to go out again. They become isolated in their homes, they suffer with depression, and they have an awful knock-on effect to the National Health Service. To spend money, it's my mantra, prevention is better than cure. If we can prevent people from falling, we will make sure that people don't go into hospital, they don't need to get depressed, they can live a happy life, they can travel and see their friends and neighbours, they can actually enjoy life. This is what you're denying them. When I went to Keir to have to talk to them, I said to them, how many pavements do you do a year? And they said, 3. 3 pavements a year. Now, you know how big West Northants is, and I know it's huge, and it's not just the town, it's rural areas, we've got several towns there. It's just not enough. And when I go out walking now, I can't look around me. I'm looking down all the time to make sure I don't fall, I don't trip. I've broken my arm once on a fall. It wasn't on a pavement, and I know how painful it is, and I know how much it took out of me at the time. And this is happening to lots of people. If people break their hips, they could die, because if the bone marrow gets into the blood system, that's the end. You know, we really have to be more thoughtful to the pedestrian. We want people to be able to go out and walk, to enjoy our parks, to enjoy their own
Could I ask you to sum up
I
now?
will. I'm very disappointed in you all for not putting the pedestrian first, because the motorist is, you might hit a pothole, you might damage your car,
Could
but
I
you won't
ask you
damage
to
yourself.
sum up now? Thank you. I will now go to Councillor Sue Sharps to respond to the debate.
It's disappointing to hear that you're not supporting this, but I don't think anybody on this side of the room is surprised. And if I'm honest, I don't think any of my residents will be surprised. They'll be disappointed, but they're not going to be that surprised, because if you were interested in their health and well-being, then their pavements would already be fixed. You're not interested, you can write as many policies as you like, and I'm going to come along on that journey with you, and I'm going to be in there doing those policies because I'm interested, and I am actually one of those people that wants to make a difference, Phil. But if you're not actually going to put the money, I'm asking you for 25%, and you're just coming back with, well, I didn't quite say that in a press release. What I'm saying to you is, we're asking you for some money, we're asking you to commit. I've got pavements in my town of all different types, whether it be cobbles, whether it be flat, whether it be up and down, and I'm not the only one. Stanley made the perfect point. If you fall over, you break your hip, you break your arm, whatever, that is a long-term implication on not only your health, but your work. All right? I broke my hip. It wasn't fun, and it cost money. But we're looking at the long-term solution of how we can get people walking, how we can get people out. And it isn't good enough for WNC to say, we're not going to do it. It's just not okay. What we want to hear is positive reinforcement on the policies that we've already written for the health and well-being of our residents, and you're not coming through with that. You've got somebody else to blame all the time, every time, and it's never good enough. You're going to come back 6 months' time, and it will be a Conservative idea, and I'm ashamed of us because of it.
Right. I will now ask you to vote. I declare the motion lost. Motion 3? Yes. The motion has lost. I will go to the next item on the agenda. Motion 3, proposed by Councillor Adam Brown, re winter fuel payments. I will invite Councillor Adam Brown to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The recent decision by the Government to restrict the winter fuel payment to only those pensioners in receipt of means-tested benefits, such as pension credit, has raised massive concerns and huge anxiety. Seldom have I encountered a political topic that has caused so many people to raise their concerns with me without any prompting. But this decision has struck a chord across society and with people of all ages. According to Age UK, this change will mean that 2 million pensioners who desperately need this financial support to stay warm this winter will not receive it. Here in West Northamptonshire, nearly 64,000 pensioners could be affected by this decision, according to the ONS and DWP figures. While it is true that some pensioners do not rely on the winter fuel payment as a financial necessity, for many others, the support is still crucial. The withdrawal of this payment will force elderly people to make dire financial choices this winter, a risk that has been highlighted by numerous charities and campaigners, including Martin Lewis. Age UK has been clear in their stance. Cutting the winter fuel payment this winter, with virtually no notice and no compensatory measures to protect poor and vulnerable pensioners, is the wrong decision. In light of these concerns, the Conservative Group asks this Council to resolve the following actions. Firstly, to formally stand against the Government's decision in support of our elderly residents in need. We must send a clear message that we do not support measures that put our vulnerable pensioners at risk. Secondly, to make pensioner poverty a priority of the Council's anti-poverty working group. By focusing on this issue, we can develop targeted strategies to support those most affected by this terrible decision. Thirdly, to enhance the promotion of warm spaces this winter. Warm spaces provide a safe and welcoming environment for those who may struggle to heat their homes. Fourth, to advertise the locations of food banks and community larders to our elderly residents who suffer the financial effects of the Government's decision. Ensuring that our residents know where to find support is crucial in mitigating the impact of this policy change. And fifth, to continue to raise awareness of pension credit, the relevant eligibility criteria and how to apply. Many pensioners are unaware of the benefits they are entitled to, and by increasing awareness, we can help more people access the support they need. We have already embarked on this effort, following receipt of guidance and data from DWP, but we believe that more can and should be done. Madam Chairman, with the Government's own impact assessment calculating 3,850 excess deaths, it is an inescapable conclusion that the decision to restrict the winter fuel payment poses significant risks to our elderly population. It is our duty as a council to stand up for our residents and ensure that they have the support they need to stay warm and healthy this winter. Let us work together to protect our most vulnerable citizens and advocate for the policies that truly prioritise their well-being.
Thank you. I will invite Councillor Pindershon to second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Adam Brown, for bringing this motion to Council. I too stand before you to address this pressing issue that affects many of our most vulnerable residents, our pensioners. I wish to express my strong criticism of the Labour Party's recent decision to remove the winter fuel allowance, which will impact thousands of pensioners across West Northamptonshire. This decision is not only misguided, but it also represents a profound failure to support those who have dedicated their lives to building our communities. The winter fuel allowance has been a lifeline for many residents, helping them cover the rising costs of heating during the winter months. And by removing this support, the Labour Party has turned its back on thousands of pensioners who rely on its financial assistance to stay warm and safe in their own homes. This will undoubtedly lead to increased hardship and suffering amongst our senior population. With energy prices climbing and inflation affecting everyday expenses, the decision to cut this allowance is both callous and short-sighted. The Labour Party seems to ignore the financial reality facing our elderly citizens, many of whom are living in fixed incomes. And by eliminating the winter fuel allowance, they have failed to protect the most vulnerable amongst us from this harsh economic climate. The removal of this essential support undermines the very values that we as a council and community stand for. We have a responsibility to care for our elderly population, to ensure that they are treated with dignity and respect. Therefore, I'm happy to move and second this motion.
Thank you. I would like to notify that the Council have received 2 amendments to this motion, all of which have been circulated. So we will take Amendment 1 first, and I ask Councillor Dennis Meredith to move the amendment. You have 5 minutes, Councillor Meredith.
Thank you, Chair. I'm presenting this amendment as it is written down here from the Liberal Democrat amendment. On behalf of the pensioners who are losing their heating allowance, the Labour government has decided to stop this for the most vulnerable of society, which means pensioners will be getting cold over the coming winter. It's also forecast that 5,000 pensioners will die this winter. This is from Labour's own forecast. Instead of doing this, they could have increased the threshold. I would suggest £20,000 would be a good ceiling. This would help many pensioners not to be cold this winter. Myself as a pensioner know how cold, especially when you get over 80, feel the cold, and the heating winter allowance, which would help them to keep warm this winter. I hope the Labour group will support this motion and stand up for the pensioners that are going to suffer this winter. Lots of pensioners who will just be over the threshold by a few pounds will lose this benefit. I don't understand how the Labour government can take this decision so pensioners would lose the heating allowance. Lots of pensioners voted Labour in the general election, never expecting this to happen, which was not in the manifesto. Keir Starmer made a speech in the House of Commons saying Conservatives would cut this heating allowance when they was in opposition. I cannot believe most of the Cabinet Ministers are claiming heating allowance expenditures for their second home properties. Hypocrisy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Carl Squires to second the amendment. Councillor Meredith, can you switch your mic off, please?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second this amendment and reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. I will ask Councillor Adam Brown if he accepts the amendment.
I do accept the amendment, Madam Chairman.
As Councillor Brown has accepted the amendment, the motion now becomes a substantive motion and can be voted and debated upon. Are we happy to go to... Hold on. Excuse me a moment. I'll just check.
Madam Chairman, I think you need to deal with the second amendment.
All right.
Yeah, and then we'll get to the fifth.
Say that again. It's not what it says here. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. I'm being advised by the monitoring officer I have to ask Councillor Roberts if she would like to accept the amended motion put forward.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Yes, so I'd like to propose our amendment, but in light of the fact that the first amendment has been accepted, I would like to propose the altered amendment that we are allowed to move that amendment, given that there is now already amendments to the original motion. So we've made some alterations to ours.
Thank you. I now need to invite Council whether you're prepared to accept Councillor Roberts' proposition. I will hand over to the monitoring officer.
Yeah, because Councillor Roberts has amended the motion that is on the papers, you just need to say that you're happy that she puts forward her amended motion. You're not voting on the amendment, you're just voting on whether or not you're happy that she's allowed to do that.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. I will just check with the monitoring officer now where we are in the process. Right. We will now debate Councillor Roberts' revised amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I'll do my best. I have to say, I wish you all got this excited about items that are in your control and things that you can do. And it's nice to hear you speak, Councillor Chohan. There are positions that people are taking at the moment that I'm sure you as administration, councillors, have been in place where you're not always comfortable with them. You, in your motion that you've put forward, simply ask to stamp your feet and say, oh, I don't like it. You don't propose that we do anything or that we achieve anything on anybody's behalf. And if I can just remind you ever so slightly that Liz Truss's mini-budget in 2022 wiped 425 billion off pension funds. The Bank of England had to resort to emergency intervention to buy up 65 billion of government bonds to protect pension funds. Many private pensions still haven't recovered. Truss called them tinderboxes. Jeremy Hunt's decision to freeze income tax thresholds in spring will cost pensioners an average of £1,000 per year by 27-28, according to the Resolution Foundation. But I heard none of you worrying about the pensioners then. And in fact, there is not a single mention in the Cabinet report on adult services about pensioners. Okay, now I was going to come in here with a different approach, but I've had attacks all evening, and giggles from excited people. So, you know, I'll say what I think. I have proposed the amendment to the motion in an effort to allow WNC to actually make a difference rather than just a political grandstanding moment. And it's quite actually really hardly surprising that a Conservative administration would disagree with the action of a Labour government, because this is all that this is about. You stand up for your residents by taking action. You speak up for your party by standing against in this item. On the 2nd of September, councils were asked to carry out a series of actions regarding promotion of pension credit sign-up. We haven't done that at all. We haven't, Councillor Brown. We haven't. The first thing that was put out was on Wednesday morning, and we've made inquiries with actions that have been taken and confirmed none. The administration doesn't need council permission to do the things that it's asking to do here. And even during Pension Credit Awareness Week, it failed to take any action to support pensioners. It's been doing nothing previously or historically to shout any louder about pensioners than anyone else. Many local authorities have already run action days, pensions credit surgeries, and advice lines for pensioners. We haven't done any of that. Yeah, but we want to stand against something. We don't want to do anything. Okay. Yeah. A motion like this that simply records upset at the government decision does nothing. But our amendment will allow potential for this council to work with government to shape protections, to look at solutions against the cliff edge arguments, which I completely get and understand, and actually deliver something. I accept that there are some really valid solutions to protections that could be explored, and agreeing to bullet point 1 as amended, we actually have an opportunity to shape and deliver that with the government and with our newly elected MPs who are already taking action on this topic and already set up pension advice surgeries. Yes, Councillor Chohan, if you want to mime at me across the room, that's fine. So you can agree the amendment if you choose to do so, and you can offer that potential to residents that you profess to care so much about.
Could I just hold
and you can
there,
actually
please,
take some steps to lift people out of
Councillor
poverty,
Roberts, we have a
or
point
you can
of
stick
order.
with your line and
Could I
achieve
ask the
absolutely
monitoring
nothing.
officer to take it, please?
Sorry, Chair.
Can I ask you to
Really
address your point of order to the monitoring officer? Do you have a point of order?
Chair, which part of the Constitution is the councillor referring to? Sorry, Chair. I'm feeling uncomfortable because she's mimicking at me, miming at me across the room.
Can I have silence here at the moment? Can I ask the monitoring officer to intervene, please, and give her verdict on whether there's a point of order?
Can I clarify whether this is a point of personal explanation? Are you seeking to respond to the personal comment? That's fine.
That's what I've just done. Thank you very much. I just think it's very unprofessional for a councillor to be singling out another councillor from across the room. Very unprofessional, and just make your point without making it personal. Thank you.
If you'd like to continue, Councillor Roberts.
My apologies if I've upset you in any way, Councillor Chowan, absolutely. But you were miming at me across the room and I didn't feel that was very comfortable either. Okay. All right. So I believe motions before this council should start with a goal to deliver something. The amendment allows us to do that. When considering what you can actually want to be remembered for, I ask you to think about whether it's sticking it to the new government, which is what you fancy doing, or delivering something for your residents. I ask you to accept the amendment and let us try to work together to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I now invite speakers to comment on the amendment. Wendell, hold on. Sorry. Wendy Rand, I'm advised, Councillor Randall, that you are seconding the motion. Do you wish to second the amended?
Yes, Chair. I'll second the amendment and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Okay. If I could ask if there are any speakers on this amendment? Before I do that, though, I need to ask Councillor Brown if he accepts the amendment. I think someone still has their Councillor Timmins. Thank you. Right. Councillor Brown.
No.
No. Okay. So now do I? Right. Is any members of the council who wish to comment on the amendment? Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timms.
Yeah, I would like to note that under the Labour conference that the unions did vote against this motion to do the winter fuel payments. But I would be probably voting for the Liberal Democrats, as everyone else would be. One thing, it holds a punch to what we decide how we're going to respond. And on top of that, it also requests that we consider using the Household Support Fund if anything happens or anyone wants to request that for help. And I do agree with that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair, and it's great to hear Councillor Brown supporting our trade unions and hope he will join one along the way. So why is the Labour government in the situation it's in? Because the previous government made such a horlicks of our economy. It was the Sunak-Hunt budget that left us with an in-year deficit. They budgeted for this deficit and they hid it from everyone. They hid it from the population and they hid it from the Office of Budget Responsibility. So now a Labour government has to sort out this mess. It's a mess that even Councillor Longley wouldn't have allowed to happen. So it needs to be fixed because from the trust debacle, we know that if the markets lose confidence in the economy, pensioners pay an even higher price than these cuts will be. Of course, there are practical problems in ending universal benefits. And we certainly need to make sure that everyone is signed up to the pensioner credit system. And I don't doubt the difficulty and the challenge of bringing that about. So I'm happy to support this amendment. It's terrible that we're in a position that this is been necessary, but the economy does have to be protected. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, in a minute. Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. This is a strange one to find ourselves in, I have to say, this evening, but it's quite clear, it's quite simple that this is just the wrong target and the wrong policy choices. It can't be put in any other way. There are plenty of other ways that revenue could be raised if that's the objective from the cutting of the winter fuel allowance. There will no doubt be those people that fall into the gap, just missing out on the fresh up threshold. And I'm sure my colleagues in Labour recognise that that is a reality. That isn't to say that we don't recognise that there is a financial challenge and there are issues to be overcome. But our argument is fix the problem, yes, but not by penalising pensioners, which we believe is unduly unfair for them. It is interesting, though, to hear my Conservative colleagues this evening who suddenly have found their new voice. And I don't know whether Red Bull has been available this evening or Iron Brew. There are other drinks available, but there's definitely something in the air. And I wonder what that might be. It would be remiss not to mention that there are plenty of things to talk about from the past, and all of those things have made some contribution to the situation that we probably find ourselves in. I could say, let us start with the Liz Truss mini-budget, but maybe that would be a bit sore. But the bottom line is there are plenty of issues that have led us to this point. Having said that, this is the wrong policy choice, and therefore that's why we proposed this motion, and that's why we wanted to ensure that we made it clear that this council is not going to be supportive of a winter fuel allowance cut. Thank you.
Councillor Irving Swift.
Yes, could I have a clarification, please? Our councillor for Middleton Cheney said it's a motion of the Lib Dem. As far as I'm concerned, the Lib Dem amended our motion, the motion that was proposed by Adam Brown. Could I have clarification, please?
That's correct, isn't it? That's correct. I can confirm that your summary is correct. Councillor Richard Salisbury-Timmins.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's sad when you sit here and you think all those people that are home, and I have to declare an interest, Chair. I'm a pensioner, and I don't need, thank you, I don't need the payment, I don't need it, and I know lots of my friends who don't, and they're quite happy to, but I think it has been badly handled by the government. I think it should have been over a certain tax bracket or amount of money, because there's so many people in the grey area that aren't getting it, and that's what worries me the most. But instead of throwing bricks at each other, shouldn't we try to think of things that can help people? We need to help these people get through this difficult time. We shouldn't be, you did this and you did that. You know, people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, because everybody's made mistakes along the line, well, apart from us, because we haven't been in power, but what we need to do now is to make sure that we have it in place, things that people can contact. I'm on the trustees of community law, and I know they're going out to make sure that people have got their pension credit signed up for. I'm encouraging people in my ward to do the same. And it's not charity, it's what you're entitled to. And that's what we should be doing, not criticising each other, because that just makes us look awful to the electorate. We should be helping each other get over this terrible problem by helping the pensioner.
Thank you. Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Madam.
Before you speak, I'd just like to say I've only got 2 more speakers on this. I will not take any more. Time is getting on this evening. Councillor Andre Savage de
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the main phrase that we'll all remember of the last few years has been to eat or heat. And every single person in this room must know or receive communications from pensioners, from those senior citizens in our community who have been affected by the increase in fuel costs, of which our past government, the Conservative government, helped enormously to try and cushion some of those bills. The present government has got choices. It doubled effectively what it said it inherited as a financial burden with its choices. And I call upon the government to actually rethink the effects that it will kill nearly 4,000 people with the to eat or heat pressures. Just that major concern by someone living on a very fixed low income in a home, whether they turn on the heating or they eat, is a dreadful thought as the heating bills go up. Everyone in the constituencies and the areas and the wards that we represent are majorly affected by this. And every one of us, I'm sure, will think twice about turning on our heating or lowering the heating from that point of view, as we know the bills keep rising. We cannot support the Labour move effectively to reduce or remove this particular funding source for those critically affected by a fixed income. They are the most vulnerable in our society. We have done absolutely everything we can here at the Council to ensure that there are warm, friendly spaces for people to meet in and people to eat in, as well as keep warm in a social sense throughout the winter. We live in a country that depends on heat to keep our homes warm and safe.
Can I ask you to sum up, Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank
and
you.
I would call upon absolutely everyone to support this motion. It really is an essential part, if you really represent your wards, to please think about to eat or heat.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I ask Councillor Julie Davenport?
Thank you, Chair. With everyone speaking about pension credit, I thought, well, let me have a look. And all pension credit tops the income up to is £218 a week, which is about 880 every 4 weeks. So even getting pension credit, how are they supposed to cope with paying fuel bills, which can be £100 a month or more for a lot of people? And I agree with Councillor Harris. I don't understand why the pensioners are being picked on. There are plenty of people out there with lots of money, and there are plenty of things they could have chosen to raise funds for. So I don't understand that at all. And as for the black hole, I mean, I knew about it when the election was ongoing, so I've always been surprised that Labour didn't know, that they couldn't have seen the paperwork. I mean, there was a couple of billion that might have been unknown, but other than that, they knew, and yet they gave a manifesto on that. So, yeah, I totally support this.
Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll just bring this back to the fact we're debating the amendment from the Labour group to the substantive group put down by the administration. I'll be brief at this point. I will speak in a moment once we've dealt with this amendment. I just say to friends, yeah, Wendy, Bob, Emma, welcome to government.
Right, okay. I would now invite Councillor Randall, as she reserved her right to speak.
Thank you, Chair. The Conservative motion was a very poor motion because it doesn't really say that you're going to do anything. In our motion, in our amendment, we did recognise far more than what you did. And we did say that you know, it was a hard decision to take. We have put in there everything that we would want to do. All you've put is formally stand against the government's decision. Formally stand against it how? In our amendment, we have put that we to write to the Chancellor of the Exchequer expressing our concerns and concerns of the elderly residents and seek assurances and agreement to work together to ensure that no household will be disproportionately affected as a result of the government's decision. So, you know, and everything that you put on here, you haven't been doing really. And then you've got to enhance warm spaces, but that if they can even get out of their house and walk along a pavement. that we've heard tonight. So many people can't even get to those warm spaces. And let's go back to, if you think about it, over the last few years, how much have we significantly seen gas and electric rise? Far, far more than this amount. And that is all through the greed and the inequality that has come about in this country through the multi-billionaires' greed. What are you... Seriously, so their profits that have gone absolutely sky high is to do with the war. You have British Gas have got the highest
Can I have
profits
quiet?
ever, so
Please allow Councillor Randall to speak.
do some reading. I think everybody out there pretty much will look at the profits that all these companies
Can
are
I
making.
please ask you to be quiet and allow Councillor Randall to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Well, if you wasn't interrupting me, I wouldn't be, would I? There have been lots of decisions made over the years, and I've not heard anybody actually complain. And I go back to the council tax reduction scheme.
Councillor Randall, can I ask
£300
you
in
to
itself,
sum
that
up
was.
now, please? Councillor Randall, can you sum up, please?
Well, you know, obviously I would like the council to vote for our amendment, because our amendment actually does go about doing something, writing to the government, expressing
I will
our
now
concerns.
invite Councillor Emma Roberts to debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't expecting Councillor Brown to accept the amendment because they're not trying to achieve anything with this motion other than have a signalling moment. I thank Councillor McCord for welcoming us to the government. Unfortunately, I didn't put myself forward to be elected. Maybe I should have done. But there we go. So I didn't expect you to accept the amendment. I wish you would, though, because I really think there are things in there that you're not doing that we could be doing that could make a difference. So, as always, I ask you, when you don't pass these motions and you don't work with us now. I'm already in touch with community law with regards to advice surgeries. I'm already in touch with Revs and Bens with regards to those. Our MPs are already working in those areas. I'm already looking with our parish council to set up a situation with the pensioners for our area. So work with me and let's see if we can do it together anyway, whatever grandstanding moment you take with this motion this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That is the end of the amendment. Do we now go to the vote? Do we now go to the vote? Could you concentrate, please? Yes.
Now you go to Chairman to invite speakers to comment on the substantive motion. So, yes, the vote for this.
Yes. Yes, the monitoring officer has confirmed we go to the vote, as I asked. On the amendment, would you like clarity from the monitoring officer on what you're voting on? Yes, please.
Right, so you're voting on whether or not you accept the Labour amendment to the substantive motion, which is the motion moved by Councillor Brown and amended by the Liberal Democrats, but which is now the substantive motion.
So is that the current vote? So that's... It falls, it's lost, I'm afraid. I will now invite Councillor Adam Brown to respond. Okay. We now need to debate the substantive motion. Would you like clarification from the monitoring officer again on what we were debating?
We're just voting now whether or not you want to approve the substantive motion. So the one that has been moved by Adam Brown, amended by the Liberal Democrats, is now the substantive motion. Any further speakers in relation to that before you move to the vote on that motion?
I will ask members to bear time, though, this evening. We have another item to discuss. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Sam Romans.
Thank you, Chair. that obviously got a bit heated, and I think we need to level with everyone as to why this motion actually means something. And I think it boils down to one key point, which is, and I know deep down that the Labour group will probably agree with me on this, even though they're obviously early days into government and looking at things going, we need to hold the fort, hold firm, plough our plan through. But what's happened here is a massive error on their part. I think they know they've made it. And the reason why I believe it's an error, and I will just put my hands up and say, I know that the Conservatives made plenty of errors in the time that we were in government. I know that we've made choices that were at times the wrong choices. I know that in this council we've made choices that are the wrong choices over the years. Nonetheless, this comes down to a point, to me, which is the Labour government are trying to set out a stall that says the last lot absolutely mucked everything up and everything is absolutely terrible and awful. We need to prove as hard as possible as to why. We need to pick on a group to have a really hard go at to try and justify the black hole that's come up, which is a black hole partly because of some choices that have happened since the election anyway, I will just add. And what's subsequently happened is they've realised it's the wrong choice. They've come up with talking about pension credit, which will, if taken up to the extent to which they want, will cost more than the saving which they were saying they needed to make up the black hole. But in any case, even if everybody took up pension credit, there would still be that slither of people, and it might not be many people. There is a slither of people between those that are well enough off and those that are only well enough to have the pension credit. Just between those 2 points, there's a slither of people that this winter could have a really, really horrid time. And I just think we need to level...
Could I ask, Councillor,
sorry, yes, of course,
sum up?
and come together and go, this is a thing that is just clearly wrong. I don't want to have a massive, enormous go at the government and kick arse over it. I just think we need to send a message that it is,
Robbins to
yes,
finish,
that it is a bad choice and we should be united over it. And when we make mistakes, we should be honest and put our hands up about them.
Councillor Rumens, I will now take the floor. I'd like to draw the council attention to the Rule 10 of the Council Procedure Rules. It is nearly 9:15 and we have 5 speakers as far as I can see, which will take us in excess. And it is in my view that we will not be able to deal with the outstanding matters of business by 9:30. Rule 10 requires that all outstanding matters will now be put to the vote without further debate. This means I will not allow recorded votes on these items, and I will ask the Democratic Services Manager to ask members to vote on whether each item should be accepted, rejected, referred, deferred or withdrawn. These options will be presented to Council in order. Should there be a majority in favour of a particular course of action, such as to accept a recommendation or motion, then the remaining options will not be read out. Should the Council vote to refer a recommendation or motion, I will ask for a member to propose the appropriate body for that item to be referred to. I will ask the Democratic Service Manager to ask the Council to vote at each of the remaining items to accept, reject, refer, defer or withdraw.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll begin the vote on the substantive motion as amended.
Are you making a point of order? Yes. Monitoring Officer, Councillor.
I think I'm still speaking.
Madam Chairman,
Councillor Brown is stood to make a point of order and is going to speak first.
Yeah, we've not yet reached 9:15. We've only just reached 9:15 after much description of the guillotine arrangements. Would it not make more sense to bring this debate to a conclusion before applying the guillotine arrangements?
If that is the wish of the floor, we will go straight to the vote on this motion now. Then we will...
Madam Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
In accordance with Rule 15(1)(r), I move to suspend standing orders. I move to suspend Rule 10.
I'll just refer to the monitoring officer. Do we have to vote on that? Right. I'll just pass to the monitoring order to answer on that point of order.
So Councillor McCord has moved to suspend the guillotine standing order. Is there a seconder for that? The difficulty is we have 6 speakers, so we will go beyond 9:30 if we listen to the 6 speakers that were due to speak. We've also now lost them because... Sorry? It's a matter for the chairman, and she's decided that we've reached the point at which she wants to move to the guillotine. Councillor McCord has proposed an alternative solution, which is that you suspend that standing order. Is there a seconder for Councillor Beardsworth? Is that agreed?
So we need to go to... I'm advised we need to go to the vote by a show of hands. All those in favour of suspending?
Of suspending the standing order to move to the guillotine. All those in favour? All those against? Okay, that's not been successful. So now you have the choice.
Well,
Chairman, if you want
well,
to take
we're...
Councillor-
Sorry. What did you say?
Well, Councillor Brown feels that you've got enough time. I'm just...
I feel we do not have enough time to hear the speakers on Councillor Brown's motion. It's not clear as to whether you are in agreement to suspend the orders. Because it's not clear, I cannot go with that. So we will go back to going with the Democratic Services Manager applying Rule 10.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Off you go.
Chairman, I'll begin the vote on the substantive motion as amended.
Can you hear the Democratic Services Manager? They can't hear you on your
So
mic.
members can now vote on the substantive motion, which has been amended. So you're now voting on whether to accept the amended motion.
So that's passed, yes. Yes. So the amended motion is passed. We now go to the next item.
Chairman, we're now voting on item 14, which is the Northampton Town Centre Strategic Regeneration Acquisition. I'll start the vote now.
Mm-hmm. Have they all voted? 30, 40? There's only 49, 50. So that's passed, yes? So that is passed. Do we now close the meeting? I now close the meeting.